Ch6, A Day with You. Naruto walked slowly through the streets of Konoha. It was 5:30 in the morning. Today was Sunday, and as Gai-sensei had explained the night before, they would have every Sunday off completely to themselves. Naruto had cheered at this announcement. While he liked his new team a lot and all the training was great, he needed time off. He would at least enjoy sleeping until 2 in the afternoon. At least that was what he thought. Yet he found himself up at 4:45. Try as he might, he just couldn't force himself back into sleep. So he gave up and decided to walk around the village. As Naruto soon discovered, the village was boring at 5 in the morning. No one was up, and as such there was no activity. At least no one was glaring at him. Without even thinking about it, Naruto walked into the training ground where his team always met up. To his surprise, Hinata was also standing there. Her back was turned and she hadn't noticed him yet. So he got her attention. "Yo, Hinata, you couldn't sleep either." Naruto didn't think he had been quite that loud, at least compared to Gai-sensei, but Hinata jumped and squeaked in surprise. She turned around and waited for Naruto to walk up to her. "Good morning, Naruto-kun." Hinata bowed and smiled slightly at him. "No, I couldn't sleep. It just doesn't feel right anymore. I unconsciously ended up here." Naruto chuckled at what she said. "That's pretty funny, the same thing happened to me. It's so boring in this village in the morning. I wonder what Bushy Brow and Gai-sensei do. They are probably running laps around the village." Naruto laughed hard at Hinata's answer. She blushed after she spoke. When had she gotten so good at just talking to Naruto? A week ago it was so hard just to stand close to him. "You're really funny, Hinata. I never would have guessed that before. You were always so quiet and weird when we were in class." Hinata looked down as Naruto spoke. He thought she was weird. But he had also just said she was funny. His opinion must have changed, right? Hinata wanted to laugh. She never would have thought that second part a week ago. She would always stop at the negative parts, but lately it was getting easier for her to think more positive thoughts. "You know what else is kind of funny?" Naruto said. "A week ago, everything seemed so different. It feels like I'm a completely different person now." Hinata smiled again. "I was thinking the same thing just now. I'm glad to have been placed on a team with them. And more importantly on a team with you," Hinata added in her head. She didn't have near enough confidence yet to say it aloud. Maybe someday soon she would. She could only hope. Naruto gave Hinata a big smile. She was so much different from Sakura. Hinata never hit him or yelled at him. She was really nice. Thoughts of Sakura almost immediately brought him down. He had told Lee that he would give up on her, but it was proving hard to do. Feelings just didn't disappear. Thinking of that bet brought up another thought. He needed to get Lee a girlfriend still. Suddenly a light bulb went off in Naruto's head. He knew how he could spend the day. "Hinata!" Naruto shouted suddenly. Naruto placed his hands on her shoulders and looked her right in the eyes. "Why yes." Naruto's shout caught her off guard and she found his look very unnerving. "I have a very important question to ask you, please answer me honestly." Naruto's voice was deadly serious. "Don't worry about hurting my feelings. I won't be upset if you say no." Hinata's mind was spinning. A question. It wasn't possible. Did Naruto want to ask her out on a date? It was all developing too fast. Visions of Naruto and herself holding hands, going to the movies, and eating together came into her mind. Almost too fast to comprehend. "Will you go out with?" Here it came. All she had to do was say yes. Hopefully she didn't pass out. Bushy brow. Naruto finished. "Ye wait, who?" "Lee senpai." Hinata didn't understand. What had just happened? Naruto thought she liked Lee. That wasn't possible. Had he noticed them spending time together? Yeah, Lee, bushy brow, same thing. "You remember I promised to get him a girlfriend. Well, that's what I'm gonna do today. I will get bushy brow his first date." It'll make things really easy if you like him though. The only thing I'll have to do is find him. Naruto nodded happily to himself while it all clicked together for Hinata. Naruto didn't want to go out with her. But he also didn't think she liked Lee. He was just making good on his promise. That meant Hinata wasn't doomed to failure yet. Sorry, Naruto-kun, but I don't like Lee-senpai that way. Hinata pressed her index fingers together. There is someone I already like. She said it. Maybe he would pick up on it. Naruto's brow furrowed as he looked at her. You like Sasuke too, huh? Not a big surprise though. All the girls like that jerk. Hinata's mouth was agape, that had not gone as planned. It was time to backtrack. Her heart wouldn't be able to take this much longer. I don't like Sasuke-san. She tried to say more but her mouth stopped working on her. Really? Naruto looked at her suspiciously for a moment. Then he smiled brightly at her. That's right, you're way too smart to like someone like him. He wouldn't treat you right anyway. A nice girl like you deserves much better. Naruto gave her an imitation of their sensei's nice guy pose. To her surprise, his smile even seemed to glow slightly. Hinata felt her face heating up at Naruto's praise. Alright, well that knocks you and Sakura-chan out for girlfriend candidates. We're going to have to wait a while but once the day gets going I know just the girl to ask next. Naruto nodded to himself while all his brilliant ideas whirled. Hinata was pressing her index fingers together again. Naruto stopped his plotting to look at Hinata. Sorry, Hinata. You don't have to spend the day with me helpin'. I'll do it. Hinata surprised them both. She hadn't meant to but at the words, day with me, she couldn't help herself. She would have given anything for a chance like this a week ago. Now that the chance just fell into her palm, she wouldn't let it go, no matter what happened. Awesome, you really are the best Hinata. It'll be way easier to convince Ino with another girl around. Naruto started walking away from the training ground. Hinata jogged up to him and then fell into pace with his walk. Did you just say Ino? Hinata definitely had her doubts about that. It was going to end up exactly like what had happened with Sakura. Maybe worse. Of course, Ino is a perfect start. I know right where they'll be at 10 anyways. They were now back into the open streets. Hinata wasn't even sure if he had a current destination in mind. 10 o'clock was still 4 hours away. How do you know that, Naruto-kun? Hinata couldn't figure out how Naruto would know something like that. She knew he liked Sakura but maybe he liked Ino too. Hinata shook her head. Naruto was definitely not like that. Simple, the only person with a bigger appetite than me is Choji and he eats at the same place every morning at 10. He used to just drag Shikamaru there but now I hear it's the whole team's meeting spot. Hinata wanted to know where Naruto had learned this as well. Soon the two fell into a repeated pattern. Hinata would ask Naruto a question and he would spout out answers. Sometimes he would rant on for half an hour. This continued as they walked through the village, occasionally taking a rest at a bench on the streets. Hinata couldn't ever remember having talked, or laughed for that matter, so much in her whole life. Even just this short few hours with Naruto made her forget all about her problems. It was 10 o'clock, much too soon for Hinata's taste. She had really enjoyed the morning but now it was down to business. The hunt for Lee's girlfriend was on. She just wished it didn't have to start with Ino. Hinata looked up at the Korean barbecue they now stood in front of. She couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive about entering. The last time Naruto had entered a restaurant things hadn't gone too well. Naruto, in a rare moment of insight, picked up on her unease. Don't worry, whenever I skipped class with Choji we would end up here. Hinata looked at Naruto curiously. She had been under the impression that he had always been alone. She didn't know when he had cut class it had ever been with anyone else. Then again, there were a lot of things about Naruto she didn't know. Her train of thought was interrupted as she noticed he was going in. Naruto pushed the door open and walked in, followed closely by Hinata. Looking around, Naruto found exactly the people he was looking for. Just as predicted, Hinata was surprised. She had actually not expected to see Ino here. But here she was, albeit she didn't look happy about it, with her teammates and the one Hinata assumed was their sensei. Naruto walked on over. What's up guys? Long time no see. Team 10 looked up at Naruto. Ino and Shikamaru groaned while Choji ate his food a little faster. Like he was afraid Naruto was going to take some. Hinata almost giggled at the thought. Their sensei was the only one to actually reply. Hey there kid, the name's Asuma. I see you know my young students here. So tell me, to what do we owe you this pleasure? Asuma watched Naruto carefully. He was well aware of the boy's reputation as a prankster. He didn't want to end up on the receiving end of his pranks. Actually, I'm here to talk with Ino. Naruto pointed to the blonde girl. What, me? Why me? Can't you bug Shikamaru? Ino looked shocked. Her mentioned teammate said something about troublesome blondes, but she decided to ignore it for the moment. This new development was much more curious. Naruto had never really talked to her. The only girl Naruto ever really looked at was Sakura. Maybe it was a jealousy approach to win her over. Ino wanted no part of it. Then she noticed Hinata. Naruto was pulling out a team picture that they had taken just a couple days ago. Naruto loved this picture. He had one in a frame at home. He had made a copy though so she could show the girls just who Lee was. Not that looks were a great approach, but the girl who accepted might as well know what they were in for. Oh ho. Ino was now in between Naruto and Hinata. Naruto hadn't even seen her move and jumped when she spoke up. He almost dropped his picture in surprise. This sure is cute. The two of you on a date, huh? Hinata blushed heavily and suddenly found her feet very interesting. Even dressed similarly, you two are just so adorable. Ino squealed to herself. Or not on a date. Naruto deadpanned. Ino nearly fell over. Then why the hell are you here? I thought maybe you were going to ask me about getting her flowers. Ino was getting pissed. Just what did this kid want? I want you to go out with someone. Naruto said in his serious voice. What? Who? Is he good looking? Is it Sasuke-kun? Naruto's seriousness caught her off guard and she found she couldn't help but be a little curious. This guy right here. Naruto indicated to the part of the picture Lee was in and Ino peered curiously. His name is Rock Lee and Naruto never got to finish his sentence as Ino sent him out the window. Naruto landed painfully on his back outside the restaurant. Thankfully, it was an open window with no glass. Is this some kind of joke, Naruto? I should kill you. Yep, she was pissed. Naruto had expected as much but he had been hoping. Hinata quickly ran around from the side of the restaurant to him. Are you okay, Naruto-kun? She bent over him and offered her hand to help him up. Naruto grabbed it and just as he got up he saw Ino, kunai drawn, stepping out the window. Time to go, Hinata. Without letting go of her hand he took off down the streets, pulling Hinata along the whole way. They weaved through the streets that were steadily filling with people. They didn't have to go many blocks though before Naruto decided it was safe enough. Phew, that sure was close. I really thought she was going to kill me. Right Hinata? Hinata's voice wouldn't work. For that matter her brain wouldn't work. The only thought that kept running in her head was, I'm holding hands with Naruto-kun. Hinata could have died right there and she would have been content. Naruto just then realized they were still holding hands and immediately let go. Sorry Hinata. I didn't even realize. Naruto couldn't think how to finish. He was too scared. If he had done that to Sakura he would have been 6 feet under by now. Surely Hinata was going to snap at any second. With the warmth of his hand gone, Hinata managed to find her voice. I don't mind, Naruto-kun. Naruto was astonished. She wasn't going to kill him. You don't. Are you sure you're not mad? Your face is pretty red. Hinata shook her head. I wouldn't get mad over something like that, Naruto-kun. I'm not like Sakura-san. Hinata wasn't sure why she said Sakura's name but it came out. Suddenly she couldn't help it, she had to say it. I don't see why you like her so much anyways. She is always so cruel to you. Naruto was suddenly very quiet. Hinata regretted what she said and was about to apologize when Naruto answered. She didn't really have any friends. I mean at first she had Ino but they stopped talking. No one really liked her. Everyone made fun of her forehead. It wasn't something she had any control over but they ripped on her for it and refused to hang out with her. I felt we were alike. So I decided I liked her. Because we are similar. Naruto stared at the street the whole time he talked. I always thought you and I were similar. Hinata's words caused Naruto to look up in surprise. Hinata steeled her nerves and kept talking. You were shunned by the whole village. I was shunned by my whole clan. I want nothing more than to become the clan heiress and be acknowledged by everyone in the clan, especially by my father. Just like how you want to become Hokage so the whole village will acknowledge you. It was Hinata who was now staring at the street. Naruto was shocked. He had never known that about Hinata. He always thought she had got on really well with her family. To think that they treated her like the village treated him made him angry. Your family is a bunch of morons. Hinata now looked up. Anyone who would treat you, the nicest person I know, like garbage or the lowest form of scum I can think of. No one treats my teammate that way. Naruto stopped walking and Hinata followed suit. Naruto stuck his fist out towards Hinata. I vow with all my power that I'll do everything I can so that we both accomplish our dreams and get accepted by the people we want it from. Hinata almost couldn't hold it in. She was so close to crying but she couldn't do that in front of Naruto. He made her so happy, the last thing she wanted was for him to think he was making her sad. So she smiled at him instead. She knocked her fist into his. I make the same vow. We will be accepted, she whispered. Then a third fist knocked into theirs. This one came from Konohamaru who stood just below them. I don't know what kind of vow we're making but I swear to it as well, boss. Suddenly two more fists knocked into theirs and Naruto turned to see Moegi and Udon had joined them as well. The sight of the new arrivals reminded Naruto of his original goal. How fortunate that his next target would come right to him. Moegi, it's good to see you. Naruto squatted down and put a hand on Moegi's shoulder. Huh, what's up with that boss, don't ignore me. Konohamaru whined and tugged on Naruto's sleeve. Naruto ignored him anyway. Tell me, you wouldn't happen to have a crush on anyone at the moment would you? Moegi looked down and blushed at her feet. Boss, she started. Yeah, the anticipation was killing him. Boys have cooties. Naruto fell backwards. Never mind, let's go Hinata. Naruto got up and started walking off. A very perturbed Hinata walking after him. The Konohamaru Corps just stared at them curiously as the two walked off. Naruto-kun, Hinata asked after a hesitant second. Yeah, Naruto gave her a quick glance. Did you really just try to set Lee-senpai up with that little girl? Hinata had felt herself lose a little respect for Naruto at that moment. No, of course not. Naruto waved it off. Hey, is that who I think it is? Naruto asked suddenly. Don't change the subject, Naruto-kun. There are laws, you can. No, bushy brow's old teammate. Ninanine or something like that. Naruto pointed to where he was looking. You mean Tenten? Hinata shook her head. Sometimes she had to remind herself why she loved him. Yeah, that's her name. Quick, we can't let her get away. Naruto took off after her. Hinata of course followed, but not before making another vow to continue this conversation later. Hey, Tenten, wait up. Naruto roared through the crowd. Hearing her name, Tenten turned around to see both of Lee's new teammates running up to her. She smiled at them. She had actually been hoping to run into them sometime. Although she figured Lee would be with them. Caught up to you. Naruto stopped just in front of her. Good morning, Tenten-san, Hinata said as she caught up. Morning there you two. How have you been adjusting to Gai-sensei's workout? Tenten looked them up and down. They had already changed their clothes to green since she'd last seen them. It's tough, getting up at 5 every morning was a pain at first but we're getting it. Exercising after those missions though always leaves a burn. Naruto replied calmly but Tenten's mouth fell open. You mean you guys actually go through that ridiculous schedule he has Lee doing? Tenten was horrified. She didn't think anyone could possibly keep up with those two. Of course, didn't you? Hinata was curious now. While she knew Neji didn't go through with it she had at least assumed Tenten had. No way. That is insane. Who needs to work that much? Besides, I'm a weapons specialist. Best in my class. I don't need to learn that kind of taijutsu. Tenten shook her head at the two in front of her. You're a genius too. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly at Tenten. Well, I'm no Neji but I guess some would call me that. I've always been gifted with good accuracy. She had a feeling Naruto wasn't a fan of geniuses but there was no denying it to him. Then, I challenge you to one-on-one combat. Naruto shouted. If I win you have to agree to go on a date with Bushy Brow. A minute of silence passed between the genin. Bushy Brow. Tenten had to ask. You know, Lee. Naruto shouted. Did no one see the eyebrows? Tenten thought for another second. And if I win, you agree to do one thing I say. Naruto had not anticipated that. Whatever though, she had accepted. Good. Enough for him. Alright, let's do this. Naruto shouted and formed the ram seal. Naruto-kun. Hinata whispered to him. What is it, Hinata? I'm about to fight here. Naruto looked at Tenten and saw she too was looking at him oddly. We're still in the middle of the street, people are staring. Naruto looked around to confirm what Hinata had said. As usual, she was right. Of course, to the training ground. Naruto walked off much too proudly. Hinata and now a laughing Tenten followed. This was going to be easier than she thought. 15 minutes later, Naruto and Tenten stood facing each other in Team Guy's typical clearing. Sure you want to do this? Tenten asked. I don't want to humiliate you in front of your girlfriend. I won't be the one humiliated. That person is you. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto formed his favorite seal and 3 clones popped into existence. Charge. They all started running towards Tenten. Shadow clones, huh? Tenten remarked calmly. Well, this will be interesting. She pulled out a scroll and made a hand sign. The clones stopped fast and watched wearily for her jutsu. A kusarigama popped out. Tenten grabbed it and placed the scroll back in her pouch. The weapon consisted of a small kama on one end with a weighted ball attached to a lengthy chain on the other. I'll give you a handicap, she announced. This weapon here is the only one I'll use. She dropped the weighted end and began swinging it around from its chain. Don't underestimate me. All the clones rang out. With one fluid motion they all hurled a kunai at Tenten. Still swinging the ball, she easily deflected all the kunai skyward. As each one fell downwards she nailed them with the kama and sent them flying at the Narutos. The handle of the kunai knocked them each in the forehead protector. All but one was extinguished. Tenten launched herself at Naruto and swung the blade down. Damn! Naruto cursed and formed the seal again. A clone popped up behind himself. The clone grabbed Naruto by the collar and pulled him backwards, throwing him into the air and safely out of Tenten's swing. Not so fast. Tenten swung the ball again, beaming the new clone which popped quickly out. Naruto was still in mid-air from the way his clone had thrown him. Making another clone underneath himself, Naruto angled his feet so he could jump off of it. Adding a little chakra to his feet, Naruto launched skywards. He pulled out 3 shuriken and whipped them down at his target. Didn't you learn last time? Tenten knocked all 3 back at Naruto as he started his fall. With no way to dodge he made another clone which intercepted the attack and popped. Naruto made 2 more that caught him before he hit the ground. You're not bad at defending. Tenten taunted. Is that all Guy-sensei has taught you how to do, hide behind your clones? Naruto smirked. He taught me more than that, he also taught me that surprises can kill. Suddenly the clone Naruto had jumped off of grabbed onto Tenten from behind. Gotcha now. The clone had her arms locked. Tenten struggled to get free but the clone had an iron grip on her. The other 3 Narutos started to charge her now. Tenten thought fast. Fortunately for her, Naruto was much shorter than her and his clone's feet weren't on the ground. That meant he couldn't anchor himself to it. Tenten pushed the chakra into her feet and launched herself upwards, clone and all. The clone clearly had not expected that and loosened his grip just for a second. It was enough though for Tenten to break free. With a spinning kick, she sent it crashing down onto the other Narutos. Still in the air she began spinning the ball again. Naruto lost all his clones and was bowled over himself from the shock of the impact. He was just getting to his feet when the chain begun spinning around him. It quickly wrapped itself around the young genin and he toppled over. Tenten then landed roughly on top of him and pushed her blade to his throat. My win. She grinned coyly down at her captive. Naruto-kun. Hinata ran up to her blonde teammate, worry apparent in her eyes. Don't worry, Hinata. Naruto gasped out. It was hard for him to breathe with the chain wrapped tightly around his body and a girl sitting on top of him. I'm alright. You got spirit, I'll give you that. Tenten remarked as she stepped off of him. She summoned the weapon back into her scroll and then offered Naruto a helping hand. Naruto ignored it and slowly got to his feet, gasping hard. Hinata wanted badly to go over to him and lend him her shoulder but she didn't want to further hurt his pride. Tenten had got him pretty good. Naruto-kun, she said quietly to herself. Not quietly enough though because Naruto heard her. Hey, don't worry about it, Hinata. Stuff like this is nothing new to me. Naruto gave her a smile that she instantly knew was fake. That loss is nothing to be ashamed of. I'm a genin a year ahead of you. Of course there is going to be a gap. The important thing is you caught me off guard with that clone. Not even Sasuke-san has managed to get me like that yet. I did better than Sasuke. Naruto looked up with a new sense of pride in his eyes. Knowing he did better than that jerk was the best news he had heard all day. Tenten smiled. Don't let it go to your head though, I still kicked your ass. Now I believe you owe me a favor. Naruto gulped. He couldn't imagine what this girl would ask of him. Tenten stepped closer and put a hand on both Naruto and Hinata's shoulders. Naruto was really nervous now. She had a really serious look on her face. Take good care of Lee for me. I know it may not seem it, but I worry about the guy. He was a good teammate and I'm trusting you guys to keep him happy for me. Naruto let out an instant sigh of relief. That was it. He smiled broadly at her. No problem. Bushy Brow is our friend too. There's no way we'd let something happen to him. Hinata nodded her agreement. Tenten smiled again. I'm glad to hear it. Now, go find him a good girlfriend. Yes, Naruto and Hinata said together. The two teammates now sat dejected at Ichiraku's. Every idea so far had failed. Sure, they'd only tried 4 girls. 5, if you counted Hinata. Yet nothing had worked out at all and now they were out of girls they knew. This sucks. Naruto voiced their thoughts for them. I mean, sure, he dresses a little strange, but they didn't give him a chance at all. I mean, really, who believes in cooties anymore? I thought only girls were supposed to have that anyway. Naruto ranted. Please don't bring up Moegi-chan. Hinata muttered darkly. She had still not entirely forgiven Naruto for that. Although she had kept her word and talked to him about it already. Sorry. Naruto mumbled. Even Hinata was scary when mad. At least she hadn't hit him. What seems to be troubling 2 of my favorite customers. Chuki had just arrived from the back to see the 2 depressed genin. No girl will give Bushy Brow the time of day. Naruto exclaimed. He's a great guy, if only someone would give him a chance they would see that. Naruto was back to his rant. Bushy Brow. Chuki scratched his head. That older teammate of yours. He needs a date. I promised I'd get him one but so far I got nothing. Naruto hit his head on the counter. I may be able to help you out. Chuki smiled evilly at his daughter as she emerged. What's with that look? Ayame definitely didn't like it. Naruto and Hinata stood on the edge of the village. They had finally got Lee a date, but to their horror realized they had no idea where Lee was at all. Now they had less than a half an hour to find him and get him there. They had checked everywhere they could think of and this was their last bet. Hopefully their crazy teammate was running laps around the village. They actually didn't have to wait long for their teammate to come running into sight. They both released a breath they hadn't realized they'd been holding. Lee smiled brightly when he saw his teammates. My youthful compatriots, how bright it makes my day to meet you here. Perhaps you have been running laps as well. Bushy Brow, listen up, we gotta hurry. Naruto said urgently. Lee caught the urgency in his voice and became serious. Do not tell me someone is hurt. The village is not under attack, is it? No, we got you a date. But if you don't get to Ichiraku's soon you're going to be late. The urgency still very much in Naruto's voice. Lee said stupidly. A date, Hinata repeated. With whom? Lee asked, quickly recovering from his shock. Ayame Ne-chan. Naruto grabbed onto Lee's arm and started pulling him. The ramen girl. But is she not a little old for me? Lee was really confused now. Nah, she's 17, you're like 14. 3 years is nothing for us shinobi. You never know what mission will be your last. That cat might do us in next time. Naruto was still pulling on Lee. But, I do not even know what to do on a date. Lee said lamely. Don't worry about that. I wrote you a list of what to do. Here, take it. Read it on your way down. Trust me, this is golden. You'll have her swept off her feet by the end of the night. Naruto stopped pulling, gave Lee a folded up piece of paper and then gave Lee his nice guy pose. Naruto. Tears started to stream from Lee's eyes. I thank you so much for giving me this passionate opportunity. I will not fail you. Lee started running towards the ramen stand. His nose deep in Naruto's instructions. When did you write that? Hinata looked at Naruto suspiciously. She hadn't seen him write anything down today. Well, I kinda lied. I didn't write it for him. I wrote that while we were at the academy. It was what I would have done. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. Hinata sighed. At least they had succeeded. She had nothing more to do with this. Well, we need to get going too. Bushy Brow was going fast, so it'll be hard to catch up to him. What? Hinata snapped her head quickly to look at Naruto. I want to know how the date goes, don't you? I mean, I did write it up after all. Hinata groaned. Of course they were going to follow them. But try as she might, Hinata couldn't quite kill the urge to know what Naruto planned out on a date. So she nodded her head and they ran off in the direction their teammate went. Ayame stood outside her father's ramen stand. She felt very out of place when not in her restaurant attire. Her hair was still in its typical ponytail at least. She was in a bright yellow t-shirt and pink pants that stopped above her ankles. She also wore what she figured were ninja sandals. Almost every ninja in the village wore them after all. She couldn't believe he had talked her into doing this. The nerve of that man she called father. He had told her she spent too much time in the kitchen and not enough trying to find a boy. He had said he was doing it for her own good. Ayame wouldn't have had any qualm if it had been a good-looking boy. Or at least one her age. Instead she got Naruto's crazy teammate. Naruto. The only reason she had even said yes was that damn pathetic look he had given her. She just couldn't say no to the one she had come to view as her little brother. She heard Lee long before she saw him. The boy was like a freaking elephant with the way he was stomping on the ground as he ran through the village. Then the noise stopped. After a few seconds, she saw the boy walk around the corner of the shop, trying to look as if he'd walked the whole way. It would have been convincing if he hadn't been drenched in sweat. He bowed low. Ayame-san, I thank you so much for giving me the pleasure of your company tonight. I will make it a most youthful experience for you. Ayame sighed. She looked him up and down before speaking, down 2 points. Huh. Lee looked at her blankly. Don't give me that look, the test has already begun. You lose 2 points for wearing the same clothes you always do, you have to dress up for a date, you know. Ayame gave Lee a glare. But, anyways, at least you're on time. So I'll forgive you this once. Ayame cut off Lee's excuse. So what's the plan? You do have a plan, right? She looked at Lee expectantly. Of course. Lee stood a little straighter. I thought we should have a nice meal first, then we will go to a movie afterwards. Followed by that I thought we could take a nice stroll through the park and then I will walk you home. That's not bad. You pass there. So where are we going to eat? Ayame gave him a thumbs up for his good answer. We're already here, Lee said proudly. Ayame looked around. Then she figured it out. Who wants to eat at the place they work for a date? Down 3 points. Down 4 points. Lee wasn't the only one getting yelled at during that particular moment. Hinata was much more discreet though. They had a cover to keep after all. Naruto-kun, how could you do that to Lee-senpai? Sorry. I told you I wrote that at the academy, where else was I supposed to take a girl? You know the other restaurants would kick me out. They both paused after he spoke. Hinata looked down sadly. Of course she knew that. She would just be damned if she knew why yet. Lee and her had continued their investigation but nothing predominant had come out yet. So they were biding their time. Waiting for another piece to present itself. Yet the more they waited the more it seemed it would have to be up to Naruto to tell them. Naruto didn't like Hinata's silence. It was worse than her quiet fury. Hey, don't worry about it. Naruto started to say. I'm just being an idiot, I'm sorry. Hinata shook her head. No, Naruto-kun, I'm sorry too. I didn't mean to yell at you. Alright, we're both sorry. So let's call a truce. Naruto stuck his hand out. Yeah, okay. Hinata shook his hand and they both turned to observe Lee and Ayame some more. In the end they had ended up eating at the noodle stand anyways. Much to Tyuki's amusement. Soon, Ayame and Lee finished their meal and he began leading her to the movies. Naruto and Hinata trailed by rooftop, always keeping right above the couple. Hey, I got a question for you. Ayame asked suddenly. Ask away, Ayame-san. I will answer any question to the best of my nurturing ability. Lee shouted. Down 1 point. You don't need to yell, talk to me, I'm right next to you. Ayame chastised. Sorry, it is a habit I picked up from Guy-sensei. Lee apologized in a normal tone this time. You learn fast, good. Ayame praised. But your sensei is my question. Why in the world do you dress and act just like him? He can't really seem that cool to you, can he? Guy-sensei is the coolest. He practically glows with cool. Lee was shouting again. Ayame gave him an look and Lee quickly apologized before continuing. You see, Guy-sensei is the only reason I am a ninja. I lack the ability to do either ninjutsu or genjutsu, necessary ninja skills. But Guy-sensei took me in anyways and trained me to do taijutsu. I owe my whole way of life to him. So the least I can do to honor him is to act like him. Continue his legacy when his youth fades and keep the legend of the beautiful green beast of Konoha alive. Ayame digested what he said for a minute. That's surprisingly heartfelt. I think I'm starting to see why Naruto-kun respects you so much. She added. Naruto respects me. This new information surprised Lee. A real lot. He always talks about how hard you work and how he plans to train even harder so he can be a great ninja like you. It's nice to see he has someone he can idolize who's close to his age. You know he didn't have friends as a kid. Ayame looked towards Lee as they walked down the street. Yes I do. But I do not know why. It pains me so much to see the villagers treat him that way. I feel like if I could just figure out why, I could help him. You would not know anything, would you? I'm afraid not, Ayame said quietly. I have a feeling my father knows but he won't say anything. He says the best way we can help him is to be there for him, let him know we care. What's done is in the past and we have to move forward, for his sake. Lee nodded. Your father is a wise man, unfortunately his words do not hinder my need to know this secret. I will find out what it is. Lee held up his fist. Naruto sneezed. Hinata and him jumped back, hoping that their targets hadn't heard. Man, I want to know what they're talking about. Naruto whined. Can't you hear them at all? Hinata shook her head. We are too high up. We can't get closer and risk them catching us though. Besides, they need a little privacy. Hinata couldn't imagine how embarrassing it would be to find out you were being spied on during a date. The least she could do was give them time to themselves. Finally they arrived at the movies. What would you like to see, Ayame-san? Lee looked up at the choices. You pick, you're the man aren't you? Ayame crossed her arms while looking at Lee. Yes. Lee walked up to the ticket booth. I want 2 tickets to the scariest movie that is playing. Lee placed his money on the counter. Ayame got wide-eyed. Scariest movie? I don't want to go see a scary movie. Too late, Ayame-san. I am the man and I chose the movie already. Lee gave her the thumbs up. I think I am getting pretty good at this role, do you not agree? He held out her ticket. Ayame rubbed her forehead. You have room for improvement. She mumbled while taking the ticket. As they disappeared into the theater, Naruto and Hinata landed at the booth. 2 for whatever the couple before us went into. Hinata blushed heavily when Naruto spoke. He was buying her ticket. This was almost like a date between them as well. Okay, 2 for Shinsei Toir no Hanako-san. The man behind the counter gave them their tickets and they ran off into the theater. The bathroom was dark when the girl opened the door. Nervously moving her hand around on the wall, she found the switch. A light came on but that bathroom was poorly lit yet. The girl swallowed hard. She walked slowly towards the 3rd stall from the door. They were all locked and closed. She stopped in front of it and stared up at it. She held her hand in front of the door for a few seconds, poised to knock. After a few deep breaths she summoned her courage. Knock, knock, knock. Hanako-san, are you done yet? The girl called out. She was greeted with silence. She let out a sigh of relief when a voice answered from the stall. Not yet. The girl's eyes grew wide. She almost screamed but she didn't. She couldn't do that now. The girl waited a minute before knocking again. Hanako-san, are you done yet? The girl was having a hard time fighting back her tears. Not yet. The eerie voice responded again. The girl waited another minute before knocking again. Hanako-san, are you done yet? A choked sob escaped her mouth as she spoke. I'm done. The door clicked, unlocked and opened slightly. No, do not do it. She is going to get you, run away now. It is not breaking the rules. Lee sat on the edge of his seat, watching the movie between his fingers. An unaffected Ayame sat next to him. Tears fell freely from the girl's face as she pushed the door the rest of the way open. The camera angle shifted to the inside of the stall, looking out at the girl. The look on her face was of complete horror. No, I cannot watch this, tell me how it ends. Lee curled himself into a ball, covering his eyes with both his hands completely. The girl screamed. No, do not show it to me. Lee kept glancing up every second now. Will you shut up? Ayame put her fingers to his mouth to shush him. This movie isn't even scary. The effects are terrible and we have yet to even see this so-called Hanako-san. They're acting like her appearance is some big secret. Not to mention how terribly predictable this movie is. Man, I don't know what is scarier to watch. Bushy brow ruin his date or this movie. Naruto whispered. Hinata and he were watching the movie from the ceiling. Hinata could only nod in agreement. A painful hour and a half later and a crying Lee and a bored-looking Ayame came out of the theater. Guy-sensei, I have failed this challenge. I will do 1,000 push-ups with no hands, after I complete this date. Lee screamed into the air. Who are you talking to? How is that even possible? Lee was about to answer when Ayame held up her hand while rubbing her temples. You know what, don't answer. Let's get the last part of this date going. Not even you can possibly screw up a walk through the park. Is that a youthful challenge? Lee's eyes lit up on fire. Let us make our way to the park with full haste. Lee grabbed Ayame's hand and started running towards the park. What? Wait, it wasn't a challenge. Lee-san, I can't run this fast. Ayame's feet hardly touched the ground the whole way to the park. A winded Ayame now stood at the entrance to the park, trying to catch her breath. Don't you, ever, do that again. It took her several breaths to complete that statement. I apologize Ayame-san. Sometimes my fires of youth burn too brightly and I forget myself. Lee bowed low as he apologized. Yeah, so are you going to escort me through the park or not? Ayame had finally caught her breath. Of course. Lee stuck his elbow out towards her. What are you doing? Ayame eyed his elbow peculiarly, like it was about to screw right off. When escorting a lady, isn't it common to lock arms? Lee asked. He had been sure it was customary. You have some good sense after all, Lee-san. Ayame praised. She slid her arm gracefully through Lee's and they began their walk. Naruto peeked his head out of a nearby bush. Nice one bushy brow, he might be okay yet, after those first two disasters. Naruto sighed in relief. Perhaps we should stop following them for the night, Naruto-kun. Hinata also stepped out from the bush. The sun has almost completely set now and it is getting dark. It'd be a shame to miss the end of this. Just a little bit longer, please Hinata. Naruto looked at her with big blue eyes. Hinata couldn't say no. Conversation between Lee and Ayame had stopped. Lee was starting to panic. He knew he wasn't a very multi-talented person but he didn't realize until now that training all day left him with very little to discuss. My, it sure is getting chilly out. Lee mentally kicked himself in the head. The weather was never a good topic. Yeah, too bad you don't have a jacket to wrap around me. Lee felt another mental kick coming. This was not going the way he had expected at all. He was surprised Ayame was still even here. He had expected her to not even leave the noodle stand with him. The fact that he got this far was nothing short of miraculous. He could only silently thank Naruto for his good fortune. Lee looked ahead and internally cursed his own bad fortune. 3 men were walking up to them and Lee didn't like the way they were eyeing Ayame. The looking could have been the end of it but one of them stepped in front of their path. Whoa, there, he said while holding his hands in front of himself. Mind telling me what such a pretty face such as yourself is doing with garbage like this? The man's friends chuckled as they fell back behind him. None of your business, now get out of our way. Ayame started to push past them. Not so fast there, toots. The man stretched out his hand to grab Ayame but Lee's hand knocked it away so fast it took everyone else a second to realize what had happened. Please, let us pass, we do not wish for any trouble. Lee successfully got himself and Ayame through now. I know you, now. The first man said. Hey, he look familiar to you boys. Now that you mention it, yeah. He's that demon brat's teammate. All 3 men laughed. Lee bristled at their words. He unlinked his arm from Ayame's and turned around. His name is Uzumaki Naruto and you better respect him. He is going to become the Hokage one day. Lee watched as all 3 men bust into laughter. Hey, you hear that? He says the demon is going to become Hokage. The day he becomes Hokage, I'll get eaten by a giant toad. The men laughed harder. Lee gave an indignant huff and turned around. Let us go, Ayame-san. Lee put his hand on her back and began to lead her away. Ayame gave the men a disgusted look before nodding her agreement. Don't walk away from me. The man stepped forward and spit. It flew right into the back of Lee's head. Ayame gasped and quickly pulled out a handkerchief and started to wipe it off. Lee's arms were shaking. It was against ninja code to attack a civilian, but Lee was about to make an exception to that rule. No one insulted his friend and ruined his already failing date on him. Suddenly the whole fight went through his head. First, distract target, the handkerchief will do. Then block his blind jab, counter with cross to left cheek. Discombobulate. Dazed, he will attempt wild haymaker. Employ elbow block, and body shot. Block feral left, weaken right jaw, now fracture. Break cracked ribs, traumatize solar plexus, dislocate jaw entirely. Finish with heel kick to diaphragm. In summary, ears ringing, jaw fractured, 3 ribs cracked, 4 broken, diaphragm hemorrhaging. Physical recovery, 6 weeks. Full psychological recovery, 6 months. Capacity to spit at back of head, neutralized. Lee grabbed the handkerchief Ayame had, turned around and threw it in the man's face. The man was surprised and threw the punch Lee had predicted. Lee stepped forward and blocked the man's punch and proceeded to punch him in the jaw. He then clapped his hands on the man's ears. Lee blocked the man's next shot and followed with a punch to the man's stomach. Blocking another shot, Lee punched the man again in the jaw. Then he punched the man twice more in the stomach and another shot to the jaw. Lee then jumped and kicked his opponent clear in the stomach, sending him sprawling. The whole scene happened in less than 6 seconds, leaving all spectators in a mix between confusion and wonderment. Lee walked up to his date and bowed. "I apologize for that intrusion, Ayame-san. Shall I escort you home now?" "Why yeah." Ayame was seldom speechless. But what Lee had just done left little room for her to be much else. She let Lee lead her back to her house without another word. The two men stood there looking confused. "I think you should take your friend home." They both jumped and turned around to see said demon brat. "It wouldn't be wise to tell anyone what really happened, got it?" The men nodded quickly, picked up their fallen friend and dragged him to the hospital. Naruto was looking in the direction they were going, but Hinata knew he wasn't actually seeing them. He had a faraway look in his eye. Like everyone else, it took them a minute to realize what had really happened too. Naruto had been trying to get at the man when he had spit on Lee, and Hinata had been trying to hold him back. When they looked up, the man was already down for the count. "I had no idea anyone else actually believed I could become Hokage," he said to himself. "I know you can do it." Naruto now looked at Hinata. She started to press her fingers together but continued talking. "You are always working very hard, you give everything your all. You also really care about people. Those are good traits a Hokage needs." Naruto wiped away tears that were starting to form. "How uncool. Thank you, Hinata. Really, thank you. You're way cooler to hang out with than Sakura-chan." Hinata blushed at his praise. "I'll walk you home, okay? We're done following them." Hinata nodded happily. Lee and Ayame arrived at the ramen stand. Ayame finally recovered from her shock. "Lee-san, you know, that was really cool, what you did. You aren't going to get in trouble for it, are you?" Lee shook his head and leaned in to whisper. "The best part of dressing this way is no one is willing to admit they lost to me." Ayame couldn't help but chuckle at that. It's nice to see Naruto has someone that cares about him. "Thank you for everything tonight, Lee-kun." Ayame gave Lee a quick peck on his bushy brow before she turned and went inside. Lee sat there in a daze. His first date had been a success. Lee couldn't help it. Yahoo! Lee jumped high into the air. When he landed, he sprinted off towards the training grounds. His flames were burning brighter than ever, and it was going to take some serious exercise to fan them down. Ch7, the land of waves. The Hokage sat waiting on his chair. 7 o'clock was the time when he officially started handing out missions, unless of course, the mission was urgent enough to be dealt with immediately upon request. Not many shinobi teams showed up at 7 in the morning though to receive missions. It was mostly older jonins who suffered from the trauma of past experiences and found it hard to sleep. Only one genin team would possibly be here so early in the morning. Sarutobi smiled as that team barged into his office. He pushed the paper under his hand forward. He had just the mission for this exuberant team. "Good morning, Hokage-sama. This is Team Guy reporting for duty. My team and I wait with youthful anticipation for our first C-rank mission together." Guy strolled proudly into the office with his students right behind him. Naruto did his absolute best to restrain himself. 2 weeks ago and he would have been all over the place wanting to know about the mission. Hinata meanwhile smiled nervously at the boy's antics. While she was glad to finally be going on a real mission, she couldn't help but feel anxious at the same time. Lee appeared completely calm. C-rank missions to him were more of a chore than anything. Instead of being out in the field, he would rather be inside the village training. Yes, Guy, I had been expecting you and your team. It is with great pride that I give your team this mission. Instead of explaining it to you though, I'll have the client brought in. Sarutobi cleared his throat and called in a louder voice. Send him in. A couple seconds passed and nothing happened. The whole room stared curiously at the door, waiting for something. Without warning, it flew open and an old man with a bottle of booze stumbled into the room. Damn it. Who leaves? For a mission at this early an hour in the day. The man cursed before taking a swig of his jug. I have to drink simply to keep myself awake. Now who is the team assigned to help me? I don't see any super ninja in here. The man looked around the room, scanning completely over Guy and his team. What the hell, we have to protect this drunk old man. The Hokage chuckled. The old Naruto still managed to show his way through after all. Who are you calling drunk? I'll have you know, I am the man responsible for building the greatest bridge ever. The land of the waves is about to become well known thanks to myself. The name's Tazuna, remember it. Tazuna took another swig before continuing. And what do you mean protect? A shrimp like you couldn't protect a turd. Why you, I'll kick your ass. Lee was holding Naruto in a full Nelson before he had even started speaking. Naruto could do nothing but swing his arms randomly. Naruto, enough. Guy finally spoke. Naruto immediately stopped swinging his arms but was clearly still fuming. We are all shinobi, sir, and I assure you, we will protect you until your bridge is completed. If you have any qualms about my charges being a little young, fear not. I am a Jonin. Nothing will touch you with me around. A Jonin, eh? Not bad, I never would have guessed, looking at you though. You and your little clone over there look more suited to the circus. Tazuna laughed aloud to himself. No one else joined in. Students, meet at the south entrance in 15 minutes. I will escort Tazuna-san there myself as we discuss the mission specifics. Guy stepped forward and put his arm over Tazuna's shoulder. Yes, Guy-sensei. His students responded. They filed out the door, but not before Naruto managed to give Tazuna one more dirty look. Well, shall we go? Guy smiled brightly as he and his client stumbled towards the door. Yeah, I hope you guys know what you're doing. Tazuna was clearly uncomfortable from Guy's close proximity. The Hokage was again alone in his office. His big smile had gone unnoticed by all the room's previous occupants. He just knew they'd get along fine. There are my favorite customers. Chuki said happily as Team Guy hurried into the noodle stand. So how did it go? Did you guys get your first C-rank mission? We sure did. Naruto said bitterly, confusing the older man. Isn't that a good thing? He looked to Naruto's teammates for an answer. Naruto-kun didn't get off to a good start with our client. Hinata answered quietly. Does Naruto get off to a good start with anyone? Ayame asked as she came out from the back room. Ayame-san. Lee shouted in joy at seeing the older women. A quickly glare from her shut him up quickly. I told you, Lee, you can drop the san. Just my name is fine. She decided not to scold him for his loud voice. It would take a long time to break him of that habit. Oh, yes, of course. Lee said happily, a deep blush on his face. So when do you guys leave? Chuki cut the two of them off before they could say anything more. 15 minutes. Naruto took a seat at the stand. I need at least one bowl before we leave, we might be gone for a few weeks. A few weeks? Ayame asked in surprise. Yeah, we're helping some old man finish a bridge. Naruto grumbled. Some C-rank mission, so you guys won't be fighting anyone. The older girl sounded slightly relieved. Well, we are bodyguards, but the chances of us fighting anything stronger than bandits is slim to none. Lee answered easily, earning a concerned gaze from Ayame. They are shinobi, after all. Chuki threw down a bowl of ramen which Naruto began to inhale immediately. I'm sure you'll all come back safe. Of course. Lee nodded exaggeratedly. Well, you guys be careful. Ayame looked at all three of them now. Hey, no worries, Naruto said as he finished drinking down the broth. We've been training like mad. I bet Hinata could defeat everyone no problem. But you better save some for me, okay? Naruto turned to his female teammate. Hinata's face turned slightly pink but she smiled him. I'm sure there will be more than enough for you. Naruto nodded. There better be, just thinking about it makes dealing with that old fart seem worth it. Alright, well you guys better go, you don't want to keep your client waiting. Chuki chided the group lightly. Right, come on guys. Naruto set off with newfound fire. Hinata giggled slightly and followed after him. Hey, Lee. Before the spandex-clad boy could go, Ayame called out to him. He turned back to her questioningly. When you get back, we should go on another date. No horror movies though. Lee's face lit up in a huge smile. Yes, I shall be sure that we finish this mission in a most youthful fashion so that I may return to you in due time. Yeah, she was used to dealing with his weird speech by now. You better hurry or they'll leave you behind. Right. Lee saluted the two before turning and running after his team. Ayame watched them go down the road before she noticed her father was staring at her, a strange smile on his face. What are you looking at? Oh, nothing, Chuki said as he went back to preparing noodles. Damn it, what is taking them so long? Naruto stomped his foot impatiently. He and his teammates stood just before the gates that led out of Konoha. Its massive doors hung wide open, waiting for someone to cross them. The temptation for Naruto was almost too great. He really wanted to get out there and get the mission underway. Crappy client or not, it was finally a C-rank mission. They'll be here soon, Naruto. Lee responded. He was leaning against the wall next to the gate. It has only been 20 minutes. Guy-sensei is with a civilian so naturally it'll take a little longer. I'm sure they'll be here any second now. Hinata reassured her blonde teammate. She stood right next to him, twiddling her thumbs nervously. Yeah, I know, I'm just so excited to get out of this village. I've never left it before. It must be great out there. Naruto turned around and gestured to the world lying just outside the gates. It's not so much different from here. Not that I've been out far myself. Lee looked up in thought. What about you Hinata? Have you been out of the village? Naruto turned to look at her. A couple times. But I was much younger and did not get to see much. It was always for family business. Naruto blanched at the mention of Hinata's family. He didn't know any of them but he knew he didn't like them. A few brief conversations with Hinata made sure of that. Students, we have arrived. All three of them immediately stood at attention as Guy and Tazuna, whose bottle of booze was noticeably absent, strolled into the vicinity. Geesh, you think a shinobi would have the common sense to keep quiet at this time in the morning. Tazuna looked around at the other few random citizens who were up and about. Not a single one of them paid any mind to Guy and his antics. What a crazy village. What was that, old man? Naruto stepped towards the bridge builder. Tazuna was about to retort but Guy beat him to it. No threatening the client Naruto. He is a good man trying to connect his country to the rest of the world. He reminds me a little of you, actually. Don't compare me to him. Both shouted and pointed at each other at the same time. Hinata chuckled while Lee broke out into a broad grin. Damn it, let's just go. Naruto started for the exit of the village. Yeah, the sooner this is over the better. Tazuna also began walking. The rest of the team followed suit. Immediately upon stepping out of the village Naruto charged forward 10 yards before turning around. Finally, I'm out of that village. Naruto jumped around excitedly. I really am doomed. Why would I have to be stuck with little kids? Tazuna knew he should have put in for B rank. You better watch it. This little kid is going to become Hokage someday. Naruto pointed to himself. Hokage. Tazuna laughed. Kid, I don't know if you've heard, but the Hokage is the strongest shinobi in your village. A brat like you has no chance in hell. I'll definitely become Hokage, just you watch. And when I do, everyone will have to stop disrespecting me and acknowledge my existence as a person. As a great shinobi, Naruto folded his arms proudly. I wouldn't acknowledge you even if you did become Hokage. It'll take more than that to sway my mind. Tazuna walked right past Naruto. The blonde boy ground his teeth hard. He wanted to scream at the old geezer. Then he felt a hand on his shoulder. Naruto looked up to see Lee standing there with him. Hey, don't worry about him Naruto. He doesn't really know you. If anything, just remember that your teammates accept you. Lee gave him the nice guy pose. Naruto took a few deep breaths before visibly relaxing. You're right. Thanks, bushy brow. Naruto returned the pose. Now let's get going. Naruto started strolling after Tazuna. Nothing was going to ruin this mission for him. Lee smiled and walked in pace with Naruto. The team strolled leisurely for a few hours, making their way down the path that would eventually take them to the Wave Country. Naruto got bored quickly as he realized the only thing that seemed to exist outside of the village were trees. Nothing too special. Not a whole lot was happening either, and the three genin settled for making light conversation. Guy was not as easygoing as his students though. Something was off about this to him. Guy just couldn't put his finger on it. So he decided to be wary and keep his eye on the bridge builder. Of course, he kept his youthful exposure shown at all times. He had a reputation to keep. He just made sure to observe while he did this. Soon, Guy saw it. A puddle. His students walked by it carelessly. After all, what harm was a puddle? The problem was it hadn't rained in days. It shouldn't have been there. Guy made a quick decision. There was something he had to confirm, he just hoped he was wrong. He too walked past the puddle without giving it a second glance. Guy cleared his throat, and once he was sure he had everyone's attention he spoke. I'm going to go on ahead for a few minutes and inspect the road ahead. Naruto gave their sensei a perplexed look. Why? Is something the matter? Tazuna quickly made his voice heard. Yeah, don't just leave me with these kids. What if something happens? Fear not, I won't be long. There is just something I need to confirm. Before anyone could say anything else, Guy vanished. Everyone stared blankly at the spot he had just been in for a moment. Let's just continue walking. I am sure Guy-sensei will inform us upon his return. It is nothing to worry about. Lee made a small hand motion for everyone to continue. I agree, Hinata said, worry evident in her voice. Yeah, whatever. Naruto smiled happily to himself before he started walking forward. Hinata quickly fell into step with him. Hey, don't leave me. Tazuna quickly ran up to the two of them. Lee smiled before he too started to walk. He didn't get any further than 2 steps when the sound of footsteps and chains reached his ears. Without any warning he was suddenly quickly surrounded by spiked chains. What the? Lee turned his eyes slightly left and then right. To either side of him were identical-looking men with gas masks and giant claws. They appeared to be linked together by the chains. Let's finish this while the Jonin is gone. The one shouted, and they simultaneously pulled back their arms, causing the chains around Lee to constrict. Bushy brow. Lee-senpai. Naruto and Hinata turned around just in time to see the two shinobi make this action. To their utter horror it looked like Lee was about to be sliced into pieces. Fortunately and to their relief, Lee seemed to disappear just a second before the chains got to him. What the hell? One of the shinobi asked in surprise before a foot buried itself into the side of his face, shattering his mask. Naruto. Lee shouted as he jumped backwards to avoid the other shinobi's claw. I need you to protect Tazuna-san. Hinata. Back me up. Right. Naruto obeyed Lee without question. Next to Guy-sensei, he had the most experience in the field after all. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 3 clones popped into existence and they all formed a circle around Tazuna. Meanwhile, Hinata took a nervous step forward. Her breathing quickly became irregular as she stared at the brawl that was quickly erupting in front of her. Hinata. Lee shouted as he rolled under the chain. I can't. Hinata whispered. These guys, they're real, someone like me. I'll only get in the way. Hinata slipped down to her knees. Lee wasn't able to respond as he back-flipped over both claws. He brought both of his feet down onto the shinobi's heads, knocking them forward. Go for the bridge builder. The one with the broken mask shouted. I'll hold this guy off. Right. The other one shouted as he charged forward. As if I'd let you. Lee rolled in between the two again. Konoha senpu. Lee delivered a powerful spinning kick to the one who stayed to face him. The man was thrown backwards. The chain that connected the two snapped tight and the other brother was also pulled backwards. His body was still parallel to the ground when he passed by Lee. The genin didn't waste any time and drilled his elbow into the man's solar plexus, forcefully slamming his body into the ground. Disconnect the chain, the other shouted. With a loud hissing noise the chain popped free and the shinobi who was farther back charged forward. I won't let you past me. Lee assumed his Goken stance. Don't get cocky because a lucky shot. The shinobi on the ground next to Lee swung his body around, bringing his legs forward in a sweep. Lee was caught completely off guard and fell backwards. Meanwhile the other shinobi jumped clear over him. "Hinata, you have to stop him," Lee shouted again as he caught himself just before he hit the ground. "Worry about yourself." The man swung his claw forward. Lee pushed off the ground and launched straight into the air, well above the strike. Hinata's body was visibly shaking as the shinobi ran towards her. She cursed and screamed mentally at herself. She had spent 2 whole weeks training for this. For a chance to prove herself in a mission. Yet here she was, scared and on her knees at the first sight of real danger. The man ran right past her, not even bothering to give her a second glance. "You're mine," he shouted in glee as he swung his claw toward the bridge builder. Like hell, Naruto spread his arms out and took the full force of the blow in the chest. The man was completely taken aback as his arm actually made contact with flesh, and he was even more surprised when the blonde popped into smoke. "A shadow clone. But he's just a genin." The man took a slight step back in his surprise. "You better not underestimate me." 2 more Narutos ran forward while one stood next to Tazuna. One clone ran directly in front of the other, and as the shinobi swung at the front one, the second jumped onto the clone's back and leapt forward with his fist outstretched. Naruto's punch connected with the man's jaw, sending him to the ground with a dull thud. "Damn you." The man spit out blood as he stumbled to his feet. "Not done," the clone in front asked as he turned around. "Then try this on for size." He outstretched his hand. The other clone grabbed onto his arm. Naruto grit his teeth and pulled the other with all his might, spinning in a circle as he did. The other clone was instantly pulled off the ground, his feet now swinging high in the air. "Naruto clone hammer." The 2 shouted as the feet of the clone being swung smashed into the side of the shinobi's face, knocking him down again. This time he didn't get back up. "Impossible." The other shinobi turned his attention away from Lee as he watched his teammate get knocked out by Naruto. Big mistake. The man felt all the air leave his body as Lee delivered a powerful blow to his stomach. He slipped down to his knees and then fell face first to the ground, also unconscious. Lee let a long breath out. That had been too close. A slow and loud clapping noise reached his ears. He spun around quickly to see Guy-sensei standing there, a huge grin plastered across his face. "Well done, students. That was most excellent." Guy walked up to where Naruto and Tazuna were. "That was a nice move there, Naruto. It was filled with so much youth." "It was nothing. It's thanks to you that I came up with it." Naruto smiled happily at his sensei. "Lee." Guy turned his attention to his oldest student. "Excellent job in taking command. I knew I could leave it to you." Guy gave his student a thumbs up. A gesture Lee eagerly returned. Hinata felt tears coming to her eyes. While her team had been fighting with all their might, she had sat here and done nothing. She was useless. All the confidence she had been trying to build up led to nothing in the end. "Hinata." She looked up at Guy. He turned the thumbs up towards her now. "Don't worry about it, you'll get it next time." She couldn't believe it. He forgave her. That easily. But she had failed. How could he? Lee walked in front of her and extended his arm. "You should have seen me on my first encounter with common highwaymen. Tenten and Neji had to save my butt. I was so miserable I thought I would never get better. We are not supposed to fight other shinobi yet anyways." Hinata stared at his hand for another few seconds. She then looked over to Naruto. He saw her look and smiled brightly. "Thanks for giving me the shot at that guy, Hinata. I really wanted the chance." He put his arms behind his head and gave her an approving nod. Hinata couldn't help but smile. She loved her team. She wiped away her tears and accepted Lee's hand up. As she got up, her eyes took on the most determined look she ever had. "I'm sorry, Lee-senpai. Next time will be different." Lee nodded enthusiastically. "You guys did excellent. There were a couple times I almost interfered, but I'm glad I didn't." Guy walked over to a tree, set the ninja down and began tying them up. "Fortunately, I was able to get all the information I needed from watching." "Information? You let things escalate to that just for information? I thought for sure I was going to die." Tazuna pointed an accusing finger at Guy. He then added in a quieter voice. "Although you proved to be pretty skilled kid. I shouldn't have doubted you. Super sorry." The end was little more than a whisper, but Naruto heard it all. "Hey, it's no problem. I was being a brat. So long as we are on the same page now, it's all good." Naruto smiled big at Tazuna. That's the problem, I don't think we are on the same page. Guy walked up to Tazuna. The bridge builder couldn't do anything but look away from the man's piercing gaze. Wait, what do you mean, Guy-sensei? What are you talking about? Naruto looked between the bridge builder and his sensei. He didn't get what was going on here. There shouldn't have been any shinobi. Lee began to explain. C-rank missions are of basic protection. Highwaymen, bandits, maybe rabid animals. There is never an enemy shinobi. This has been my first ever encounter with one myself. The fact that there were shinobi automatically makes this a B rank. Possibly even an A. Exactly, and the shinobi were after you, Tazuna-san. Now explain to me why this is. If you don't, I will end this mission right now. We will turn around and go home. Sensei, you're bind. Guy held up his hand to silence Naruto's protest. I need to know what I'm up against. I can't risk your precious lives without knowing the full extent of the danger. Guy continued to stare intently at Tazuna. Tazuna let out a big sigh. I have no choice but to tell you. He let a dramatic pause take over. But please, get me to my ferryman. I will explain all about it on the boat ride over. Guy looked to consider for a minute. Sensei, please let us continue. It would only make my failure bigger if we don't move forward. Guy turned and looked at Hinata. It was true that she had become more confident lately, but saying she wanted to continue was not something he expected from her anytime in the near future. Guy couldn't refuse now. They were less than an hour from the wave anyways. Might as well get that far. Okay, we will get you there. But I warn you, if you are not completely honest with us, I'm cutting you off. Thank you. I'll hold nothing back. Tazuna bowed to them gratefully. Good. Let's set out, team. They left the pair of brothers unconscious under the tree. Not even Guy noticed the masked shinobi who had watched the whole fight. You say the demon brothers were defeated by a couple of genin. A shirtless shinobi slammed down a massive blade in a show of dissatisfaction. That is correct, Zabuza-san. The masked shinobi who had watched the fight said. He was bowed down in front of the tall man before him. The man called Zabuza stared coldly at the boy before him. Tell me, Haku. What do you think of the skill of the team? Haku looked up in surprise at the question. Two of the genin are clearly very new. I would say they haven't been shinobi for even a month. However, the one has the ability to use the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu effortlessly. The other is without a doubt a member of Konoha's Hyuga clan. Judging by her forehead, I'd say she is from the main branch. A Hyuga. Zabuza actually sounded interested now. He didn't say anything further than that though. Yes. As for the other two shinobi, they were peculiar. Haku spoke carefully now. Zabuza said nothing, but his narrow eyebrow raised slightly at Haku's word choice. They were both dressed entirely in green spandex, had bowl cuts, and incredibly bushy eyebrows. Haku somehow felt embarrassed just describing the two. Zabuza's face seemed to show some realization, so Haku quit talking. Might Guy. The tall shinobi drawled. Haku didn't reply. Supposedly the only Jonin Konoha capable of matching the famous copy ninja in a fight. The strange green beast. That man. Haku couldn't help but let his doubt show through. But if he is capable of matching the copy ninja, doesn't that effectively tie him for second strongest in the village, only outclassed by the Hokage? If you don't count the Sannin, who have cut their ties from that village, then yes. Haku was surprised to see the gears in Zabuza's brain actively spinning. If what you say is true, I imagine his students didn't use much other than taijutsu, am I right? Zabuza mounted his massive blade onto his back. That's correct, Haku said. The blonde did use shadow clones, but they were extremely well coordinated in hand-to-hand combat. Zabuza seemed to think about everything Haku had just said. I'm going to need your help for this one, Haku. Zabuza-san. The masked boy asked curiously. We're going, come on. Zabuza began walking off, a confused Haku trailing right behind him. Guy's team arrived on the bank of a giant lake. Due to the thick mist, they weren't capable at all of seeing the other end of it. Over here, they heard a man give a hoarse whisper from their left. They turned and saw a man with a small rowboat waving them over. Tazuna breathed a sigh of relief. You have no idea how happy I am to still see you here. Tazuna led the shinobi over to the ferryman and boarded without preamble. Guy's team did the same and they were quickly on their way. This is what you got to help you. Children. The ferryman looked at Team Guy questionably. It's all I could afford. Tazuna held his hands in defense. Besides, don't underestimate them. They've saved my life once already. The ferryman still looked doubtful. I still don't know why it was necessary. Guy caught Tazuna's attention. You say all you could afford. Is your land really that bad off? What happened that could put you in such a state? Geitu, was Tazuna's easy answer. Guy's eyes widened in recognition. I see you've heard of him. Yes, the same Geitu that runs the shipping company. He may seem like just a businessman, but underneath he is little more than a pint-sized gangster, selling drugs, women, whole countries. He is the man after my life. Naruto, Lee and Hinata stared wide-eyed at his story. But I don't understand. Why would such a powerful man want you dead? Lee had been the first to find his voice. Because of the bridge. Tazuna gestured to his left and they all turned to see a massive structure take shape in the mist. Wow, it's so big. That's incredible. You're making that. Naruto had newfound respect for the man they were guarding. But why should he oppose you making this bridge? Hinata too, couldn't believe the size of it. Our country is cut off from the mainland. We do all our trading by boats. Geitu bought out all our shipping industries and now has a monopoly of the land. He has made us very poor. The only thing standing between his complete control is the completion of the bridge. If I complete it, I can break his grasp. Tazuna slammed his fist into his palm. He worked himself up during his speech. After a few deep breaths he continued talking. By the time I realized Geitu was sending shinobi after me, we were too poor to hire higher level protection. There is no way we could afford it. I just needed something. It looks like I lucked out with you guys though. Tazuna sat up on his knees and clasped his hands in front of himself. Please, you have to protect me. For the sake of my country. For my daughter and grandson, I need to complete this bridge. I know it's not much for now, but in a few years we would be able to pay you back in full. We just need to get on our feet first. The three genin all had tears forming on their eyes. His story had clearly touched them. They all turned to their sensei. Guy sighed. How could I possibly sleep well at night if I turn you down now? Okay, we'll do it. Guy gave him the thumbs up and one of his flashy smiles. The effect was slightly ruined by the mist, however. Thank you so much. My country owes you our existence for this. Tazuna wiped away tears he had been holding back. Don't thank us yet, the next group won't be pushovers like the last two, I may even have trouble soon here. His three students looked at him in disbelief. The same thought ran through all their minds. How could anyone be trouble for someone as fast as their sensei? Soon the boat went under a tunnel and they came out into a small river. Wow, look at that, there are trees growing in the water. Naruto looked around excitedly at everything in this new land. To his disappointment, nothing else stood out all that much. At least the river trees had been cool. The boat docked a short while later. This is as far as I go, Tazuna. Everyone disembarked from the boat as the ferryman talked. I thank you for making this risk for me. Tazuna bowed to the man as he paddled his way back down the river. They watched him go until he disappeared from sight. Okay team, Guy said in a normal tone. From here on out we are going to be moving slowly. We're in enemy territory. Hinata, I need you to take up the rear behind Tazuna. Naruto and Lee stand on either side. I'll take the lead. Don't drop your guard until we are in the village. Yes, Guy-sensei. All his students replied in hushed voices. They followed their sensei's directions immediately. Hey, no need to be so serious. Tazuna said nervously. You guys took care of that last group no problem. Which is why now we have to be extra cautious. They'll send out the strongest they got now. Worst case possible, they send a Jonin. Guy continued to speak at a normal volume. Jonin, you mean like yourself? Tazuna gazed around the misty area nervously. Don't worry Tazuna-san. No matter how tough the opponent, I won't let him get you. Guy turned and smiled at their client. How touching. A raspy voice echoed. Everyone suddenly grew tense. Hinata. Guy said hurriedly. Byakugan. Hinata activated it before her sensei could say anything more. Her eyes grew wide at what she saw. Everyone. Duck. Hinata dropped to the ground as she shouted. Naruto and Lee each grabbed an arm on Tazuna and pulled him down with them. Guy didn't bother to drop at all. He turned just as a giant spinning sword appeared out of the mist. Guy stuck his arm out and caught the blade right by the handle. Oh. Not bad. The voice rang from multiple directions at once. This sword. Guy stared at the blade he was holding. You must be the ex-Kiri shinobi. One of the 7 swordsmen, Momochi Zabuza. I'm touched. You know my name. The voice came from directly above him. Guy turned his gaze upwards. A shirtless man was falling straight towards him. A replica of the blade Guy was holding was also in his hand. Guy swung the sword in his hand up as Zabuza swung his down. The blades connected and Guy's dissolved into water upon contact. TCH, a water clone. Guy cursed and took a small leap backwards, completely avoiding Zabuza's blade. Lee, Hinata, Naruto. Surround Tazuna. No matter what happens, protect him with your life. Yes. The 3 genin formed a triangle around the still down Tazuna. No matter what happens. Zabuza chuckled as he pulled his blade from the ground. You might be giving me too much credit there, might Guy. I make a point of never underestimating my opponent. Guy slipped into a Goken stance as he eyed his opponent up and down. We'll see about that. Zabuza took a step backwards and appeared to be swallowed whole by the thick mist. I see, so this isn't a natural mist at all. This is your doing. Guy nodded to himself as he gazed around the thick mist. Observant aren't you? I wonder how observant you are when I'm chopping your client to pieces. The 3 genin spun around in surprise to see Zabuza standing right in between them, his sword angled at Tazuna's neck. And no. Tazuna yelped in fear and tried to move backwards. Not so fast. Guy appeared right there a second later, his foot drilling into the top of Zabuza's head. The man broke apart into water and Guy's undeterred foot continued on right into the ground, creating a small crater that his genin and Tazuna stumbled into. Sorry about that, team, but I can't afford to hold back here. Guy spun around as he talked and caught Zabuza's sword again as the ex-Kiri shinobi thrust it forward. Guy took a step forward and delivered a powerful punch into Zabuza's face, breaking him into water. How unyouthful, hiding behind your clones. Guy shouted into the mist as he took a couple steps forward. Wow, so this is a battle between Jonin. Lee whispered in awe. Naruto even nodded in appreciation. It's on a completely different level from that battle we had earlier. This is so cool. Naruto-kun. Hinata chided lightly but couldn't keep a small smile from gracing her face. Hey. Tazuna sounded worried. Don't forget about me. I nearly died already. You do not have to worry about that. Guy-sensei could not possibly lose this fight. Lee said enthusiastically. Just watch. He is about to get serious. Everyone did as Lee said and turned their attention to the powerful man in front of them. Get serious, huh? Zabuza's mocking voice echoed throughout the misty field. Doesn't matter how serious you get, you'll never find me in here. I am an expert of the silent killing technique. When I am in the mist, I am unbeatable. Provided there is any. Guy took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He then appeared to start performing some strange form of Tai Chi. The only sound that could be heard in the mist was Guy's deep, but somehow calm breathing. Are you taking me for a fool? What are you trying to do? Zabuza's question was answered a second later as Guy's eyes shot wide open. First gate. Open. Guy widened his stance and waved his arms widely in front of himself. A second later and a great wind passed through the whole area, dissolving the mist as it blew. What in the? Tazuna was the only one who was capable of saying anything at all. I am possible. Zabuza stood in plain sight now, right at the edge of the riverbank. Before he could even blink, Guy was right in front of him, a powerful fist buried into his stomach. Zabuza was rocketed across the water. He hit the surface but was flying too fast to sink in. Instead he bounced once, twice, 3 times before he was able to get stable enough to skid to his feet. Massive waves rolled across the water from the multiple impacts Zabuza had made on it. Why, you bastard. Zabuza's face wraps were stained red around his mouth. His sword was somehow still in his hand. I'll make you pay for that. I'd like to see you try. Guy stepped onto the water himself and was immediately racing towards his opponent. He moved at such a great speed that he almost appeared to be gliding across the water. Zabuza hurled his sword into the air and began running through a set of hand seals. Suiden. Suiruban no Jutsu. The water directly in front of Zabuza rose up and formed a large orb. As it completed, Zabuza's sword fell back towards him. Stretching out his hand, the ex-Kiri shinobi caught it effortlessly. He then swung the sword forward dramatically. As if the orb had been waiting for the signal, it shot off a high number of slim whips of water. No chance an attack like that will hit me. Guy charged undeterred into the thick of the attack. Every time it seemed like a whip would hit him, Guy would just vanish and appear unharmed a couple steps farther ahead. In no time he reached the orb and with a powerful spinning kick he destroyed it completely. TCH, damn. Zabuza stepped forward and swung his sword. Guy ducked under the swing and delivered another powerful kick that Zabuza jumped over. The two Jonin then began exchange viscous blows. He's so fast. Tazuna felt hope build up inside him. Something he hadn't felt for a long time. Yeah, get him Guy-sensei. Lee and Naruto cheered together. When did Guy-sensei get that fast? That's incredible. Naruto couldn't believe the sudden increase in power their sensei had just received. It's the Hachiman, Lee answered. Naruto gave him a confused look. Guy-sensei opened the first of 8 gates. Each time you open up a gate your power increases significantly, with risk of course. Supposedly, opening all 8 would give even a genin the power to match a cage. Guy-sensei has so gotta teach me that. He's kicking ass with it. Naruto practically drooled at the idea of being capable of matching the old man. Something isn't right. Hinata interrupted everyone's good mood with just that one phrase. She was staring out at the water, her Byakugan fully active. Come on, Hinata. What are you talking about? Guy-sensei has got this. Naruto waved off Hinata's worries quickly. No. It isn't that, I just could have sworn I saw something at the edge of my vision a moment ago. Another person, with a mask. Everyone then noticed Hinata's Byakugan was still active. Very suddenly, she spun around. It shocked everyone else so bad that they did as well. What they saw surprised them. Ah, so much for sneaking up on you guys. Those eyes of yours are troublesome for sure. A masked boy who didn't sound any older than they were stood only about 10 paces behind them. How did you get here so fast? Hinata whispered. Just a moment ago he hadn't been within her range at all. Now he was practically right next to them. Speed is an important aspect of any shinobi. I would think you would know that better than anyone, with that man as your sensei and everything. The boy spoke pleasantly to them. No one was able to sense any evil intent. Yet they all kept their guard up regardless. Are you a member of Kurigakure's hunter squad? Lee asked curiously as he stared at the insignia on the boy's mask. Haku rubbed the mark of the wave gently as he considered how to answer. No, I am not. He finally said. Truth is, I am actually with Zabuza-san. We killed the hunter nin that was after us and I took his mask. Without warning, a group of shuriken were flying straight at him. How unpleasant. Haku stepped lightly out of the way, right into Lee's waiting attack. I got you. Lee swung his leg in a high kick. To his complete surprise, Haku caught his kick without even flinching. I apologize, but you'll be coming with me. Haku began running through one-handed seals. When he finished, a mirror of ice quickly formed behind him. Bushy brow. Lee senpai. Hinata and Naruto both charged forward. Too late, I'm afraid. Haku stepped into the ice and pulled Lee with him. Hey, take care of Tazuna-san. Don't worry about me. That was the last thing Lee shouted before he was pulled into the mirror. As if it was magic, they both vanished. Naruto and Hinata's screams reached the ears of the two battling Jonin. Guy spun around just in time to see Lee being sucked into the mirror. What the hell? Guy stared in horror and took 2 nervous steps towards his team. Hold on right there, Might Guy. You have a choice to make here. Guy spun around, his eyes glaring. If looks could kill, Zabuza would be dead 108 times over. My little pupil there has just dumped your genin into Getu's stronghold, but he'll be coming back in just a second. Now here's where your choice is. You let me go back to the hideout, and I'll make sure nothing happens to him. In exchange, you can keep my pupil over there as collateral. Guy took a step towards Zabuza, ready to continue the fight. Or, you can continue to fight me, but even if you win, Haku will have taken your other 2 students and there will be no way for you to ever find them. So what will it be? Let me go and have a shot at saving all 3 students. Or kill me and lose them. How can I trust you to keep your bargain? Guy seethed between clenched teeth. I still need to kill the bridge builder. Zabuza answered easily. Bring him and Haku on top of that bridge in 2 weeks. Also, be sure Haku has his weapons. Make sure no one else comes, not even your other 2 genin. I'll show up with your last one. We'll finish our battle for good at that time. You shameless bastard. Guy grit his teeth. If even a hair on my precious student is hurt, I'll make you wish you were never born. With that, Guy turned and disappeared facing his students. Zabuza let out a deep laugh as he made his own hasty retreat. The whole thing would have been pointless if Guy somehow managed to follow him after all. Naruto and Hinata ran straight into the mirror and bounced off of it completely. No, you bastard. Give Bushy Brow back. Naruto whipped out a kunai and began stabbing the mirror with all his might. H's blade broke off completely from the handle on his fifth swing. Let me try. Hinata's past insecurities were completely forgotten as she tried with all her might to save her teammate. She channeled all the chakra possible into her hands until they were both covered in what appeared to be blue lions. Yuho Soshiken. Hinata struck again and again with her enhanced palms. Are you sure this is all right? They both spun around to see Haku stepping out from another mirror right behind them. If I had wanted, I could have killed the bridge builder right here. You both left him completely unguarded. Fortunately for you, Zabuza-san has the unfortunate weakness of liking to mentally torture his opponents, so he'll live for today. Tazuna took a couple nervous steps away from the mirror. You bastard. Where did you take Bushy Brow? Naruto shouted. Your friend is safe. Fear not, we'll have more time to talk later. Haku began forming more one-handed signs. Before he could even get halfway through them, however, Guy appeared. Get away from my students. Haku didn't stand a chance. Guy's fist buried itself into his stomach and the boy was out cold before he even knew it. His mirrors shattered and fell to pieces as Haku's body went limp where he stood. Naruto, Hinata. Guy turned himself and Haku fell to the ground unceremoniously. Lee. The two genin looked at each and then back at their sensei. They were speechless. Hey. I'm sorry. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. Tazuna threw himself at Guy's feet. Please, I'm sorry, forgive me. Tears freely fell from the man's eyes as he begged for forgiveness. Guy clenched his teeth as he stared down at the unconscious boy they now had prisoner. He then turned back to the water and inhaled deeply. Damn you. Momochi Zabuza. CH8. Prisoner. 9997. 9998. 9999. 10,000. Lee plopped down to the ground as he finished his push-ups. He was exhausted. Sweat dripped from every pore in his body and his stomach rumbled hungrily. There was no chance of him getting any food though. At least not this late at night. He had already been held captive for 3 days, but to be honest, Lee never really felt like he was a prisoner here. He wandered around as he pleased, he ate what little food they had to offer in this crappy hideout. In fact, the room he was currently in, his bedroom, was a considerable amount better than what some of the others had to put up with. Lee could think of only one reason his life could be this leisurely here. Yet those two words brought just a foul taste to his mouth. Momochi Zabuza. When Lee first fell free from the ice mirror, he found himself inside this very room. He later learned that it had been the room the kid with the mirrors used to stay in. Lee had cautiously snuck around at first, trying to get a feel for where he was. When he looked outside he was completely surprised. He was near the very top of a huge tower. Forest and swamp stretched as far as his eye could see. Lee had felt his knees go weak as he realized there was no likely chance of escape from here. It had been at that moment that he had been spotted by a couple of big-looking thugs. Lee easily dispatched of the two of them with some taijutsu, but not before they had sounded an alarm. The once seemingly empty tower was now swarming with despicable-looking men. Lee battled endlessly while he tried to flee from the entire gang of them. Just when he thought he was at his limit and was actually going to be captured, Zabuza arrived. This trash is my hostage. The man roared while holding his hand onto the hilt of his massive sword. No one is to touch him but me. Got that? Lee couldn't believe it. Was this man actually protecting him? That thought was instantly crossed from Lee's mind as the shirtless man turned and buried his fist in Lee's gut. The green-clad boy fell to ground spitting up blood. The sound of a cane hitting the floor caused all the men in the room to spread wide to either side of the hallway they all stood in. Lee's sight was kind of blurry from having been hit so hard, but he was still able to make out the figure of a very short man walking down the now open path. Every step he took he smacked his cane down on the floor, not that he seemed to have any trouble walking. Finally the man stopped walking. He was still quite a distance away. Lee guessed just outside the range of Zabuza's massive blade. It was at this moment that Lee realized this man was probably Gato. Zabuza. A nasally voice fit for the short man called the demon's name. Tell me, why instead of the head of a master bridge builder, who may I add threatens to destroy my whole control over this country, do you bring me a child? There was a change of plans, Gato. Zabuza practically spat. Despite being hired by this man, the demon clearly had little respect for him. Oh, do tell. Lee's vision was now clear enough to see that this tiny man had several golden teeth and rings on every finger. His cane seemed to be tipped with a huge diamond. One of the shinobi that the bridge builder hires happens to be Might Guy, one of the strongest shinobi in Konohagakure. Not even I would be capable of beating him in a fair fight. Lee couldn't agree more with that statement. Gato pushed up his small black glasses. So is that masked brat you had with you taken out then? I don't see him around. No, I purposely allowed Might Guy to take him hostage. What? Why? That makes no sense. The short man practically shouted. Lee had just thought the exact same, but Gato wasn't done. He might very well be dead already. That's a waste of a resource. Might Guy won't kill him. Zabuza spoke as if he was talking to a child now. As long as he keeps Haku alive, he'll believe that his student here is alive. So what if he lives? How does this benefit you in any way? Gato slammed his cane down as he spoke. Zabuza sighed and ran one hand through his short hair. You don't get anything, do you? The short man sneered at this comment. Worry causes heavy stress on the body. Stress causes you to lose focus. In the shinobi world, the more stress you have built up, the more deadly for you it can become. Not only does Might Guy have this to worry about, but he still has to protect the bridge builder while keeping an eye on Haku. This means he'll have to sleep very lightly and very little. By the time we next meet, he'll be exhausted. Gato appeared to mull this thought over in his head for a few moments. Whatever, do what you want. The man finally said before turning away and walking in the other direction. The crowd of thugs that had been around them dispersed slowly, all of them grumbling. Zabuza too, started to walk away. You are wrong, you know. The man turned to look at Lee as he spoke. Guy-sensei cannot possibly lose to you. No matter what, no one can defeat him. The older man snorted. Your faith in others isn't befitting of a shinobi. You better grow up. Zabuza's foot was the last thing Lee had seen before passing out. The sound of footsteps outside of Lee's door pulled him away from his thoughts of the past. Silently, the boy got up and walked over to his wall, standing right next to his door. The sound of quiet voices reached his ears. Two shadows appeared right in front of his door. What if we get caught? Lee heard one voice whisper. Relax, would you? Everyone is out, including this kid. We got nothing to worry about. Another gruff voice answered. Yeah, but he's a shinobi, you know. Can we really kill him? Lee's eyes widened slightly. They were planning to kill him. The other man chuckled very quietly. He's a genin, still wet behind the ears. We got this. But what about Momchi-san? Surely he'll raise hell about it. The other man continued to spout worries. Listen, no one likes the guy anyways, besides, how can he prove it was us? Let's just do this. The door to Lee's room swung open after the man said this. Lee tensed up and very quietly slipped into his Goken stance. Without warning, a hand reached out from the darkness and touched his shoulder. Lee had to put every ounce of his shinobi training into effect to keep from yelping. He slowly turned around to see Zabuza standing there, one hand on his shoulder, the other in front of his face, his finger making the quiet sign. Lee couldn't help but wonder when and how he had entered the room. It just went to prove that the man really earned his title of Jonin and one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. The two men stepped into the room and both stopped as they eyed the bed from where they stood. That's strange, he's not in bed. These were the last words either one of them uttered as Zabuza stepped forward and swung his sword in a horizontal arc. Both men's heads were sliced completely off before they even had a chance to scream. Blood sprayed everywhere, painting the walls and door and the two shinobi. Lee's eyes were wide with shock. This hadn't been the first time he had seen death, but these were the most senseless kills he had ever seen. Zabuza-san, Lee shouted as he rounded on the tall man who was sliding his sword back into place on his back. Thanks aren't necessary, kid. I just can't afford these assholes messing up my plans. Zabuza said as he stepped over the headless bodies in an attempt to leave the room. You think I want to thank you? Lee roared. You just killed these men without even blinking. You did not have to go that far. Simply disabling them would have been enough. Lee stepped into the pool of blood that was forming at his feet. I thought I told you to grow up already. Zabuza's voice remained level as he turned and looked at the genin. Do you really think these men would have learned from that? Lee opened his mouth to respond but snapped it shut immediately. You know it too, these men would have just gotten angrier. They would have been back with more men. I did everyone here a favor by ending these two idiots' lives before they involved more of them. This may be hard for a goody little brat like you to understand, but the only way these people will ever learn is through death. The faster you understand that, the longer I guarantee you'll live. Lee clenched his hands shut and grit his teeth hard. How did you become this way? Lee's question caught the taller man off guard. Lee looked up when he didn't hear a response. What happened to you that you've grown up so twisted and without emotions? Lee was shouting now. Others thugs had been woken by the noise and were coming to check it out. Upon seeing the blood, the noise level increased even further. Do you care at all about that kid you abandoned with my team? What are these people to you? Aren't they your allies? Listen you brat. Zabuza grabbed Lee by the collar of his clothes and hoisted him into the air. I live for myself and only myself. If it wasn't for Zabuza's face bandages he probably would have spit in Lee's face. These little shits you call my allies mean nothing to me. They are only tools of which can be disposed of. The same goes for Haku. He's simply just a little more sharp a sword than these dull, broken pieces of junk. That's why he's with your team. Even Geitu is just a tool, one to supply me with money. Zabuzu dropped Lee onto the ground. The boy fell into the pool of blood on his butt. He hadn't expected the early release. He stared up at Zabuza with wide eyes. He never knew such a man could exist in this world. The big man turned and walked away. The now big crowd of thugs quickly moved aside as he walked through. No one wanted to mess with him. I'll find out how got like this. There must be a reason. Lee whispered under his breath. Haku slowly rolled out of the tent he was in. He stood up and did a few stretches. If his internal clock was working correctly, then it should be about 4:30 in the morning. This was his third day being prisoner, and while Haku was able to walk around somewhat freely, he really felt like the word described his situation quite justly. Haku thought this as he walked out of the small clearing that Team Guy had set up camp in. Going somewhere. Haku would have jumped had he not already been used to this. Might Guy leaned up against the back of a tree, staring at Haku intently. I just have to use the bathroom, I have no intention of harming the bridge builder. Haku walked over to a small bush and pulled the front of his kimono uniform up. It had been like this the whole time. Haku felt completely suffocated. No matter where or how he moved, it seemed this man's eyes were on him. Yet, maybe that was a good thing. It meant Zabuza's plan was working, didn't it? Haku had to wonder. 3 days straight and the man didn't even appear remotely fatigued. Instead, his energy remained boundless. It was incredibly eerie. The sound of yawning right next to him made Haku realize he was losing his focus. Naruto stood right next to him and was also taking a leak. Haku was painfully reminded that it wasn't just Might Guy. This whole team seemed to have unlimited energy. They were always up incredibly early. Naruto and Hinata spent all day training these past couple days while Guy would take Haku to the bridge to keep an eye on him and guard the bridge builder at the same time. Haku hated it this way. They didn't ever bind him up or anything. That was how completely hopeless Haku was in this situation that they didn't even feel the need to restrain him. Albeit, they had taken away his Senbon. I'm going to kick your ass when this 2 weeks is up. Haku glanced briefly at the blonde who was peeing right next to him. You don't know anything about me. Haku replied simply. Saying things like that set Naruto off pretty easily. For that matter, anything he said set the blonde off. You asshole. You kidnapped Bushy Brow. I'll never forgive you for that. Naruto zipped his pants up and turned in the other direction, going back to their clearing. He hadn't attempted to hit him as Haku had expected. Perhaps his sensei had given him a big enough warning. After last time. After all, they couldn't afford to rough him up too much. Lee's life depended on it. Tell me again why I should believe that you can't just use those mirrors to get back to Geitu's base. Haku sighed. Guy had asked him the same question a couple times before already. He was probably trying to say if he would change up his story at all. I can only create mirrors in a location that is within my range of vision. After creating them it takes a lot of chakra to sustain them. Holding up just that one at such a distance was incredibly taxing. When I lost consciousness, that mirror shattered, just like the ones you saw. Haku repeated what he had told him before, word for word. Silence rang between the two for a few moments. Are you perhaps hoping that I could take you to Lee-san that way? Haku knew that wasn't what Guy wanted, but maybe he could get the man to reveal some form of fatigue. Of course not. You heard what I told Naruto. Lee has a much better chance of surviving if we play things by Zabuza's rules. He's really much more interested in killing me and Tazuna-san than him. Guy stared down at the boy before him. Although, I must say, I feel badly for you. He clearly has no affection for you at all, even as a pupil. I am not a pupil. I am Zabuza-san's tool. I am to be used as he sees fit and disposed of when I've gone dull. That is my only purpose in life. Haku spoke the words that he had long since etched into his heart. You really are a sad child. Guy sounded sincere as he spoke. You remind me a lot of Naruto in fact. Haku almost gave an uncharacteristic snort but stopped himself. If he knows what it's like to be alone then he must be truly strong. It's not the pain of being alone that makes one strong. It's for protecting the ones you love that you become strong. Guy spoke as if he was Haku's sensei now. Haku turned around and walked back into the clearing now as well. Having been alone amplifies that desire. Guy didn't respond. Instead, he followed the boy leisurely back into the clearing. Hinata was up now and had a small fire going. Naruto sat next to her, skinning a couple of rabbits the two of them had caught last night. Haku was impressed that neither of them complained. Instead of being inside a warm house, using a kitchen stove, they were out here. Tazuna had offered to let the two of them stay in his home with him and his family but they had both declined. Naruto had said it felt more like an actual mission when they were camping out. Haku suspected it was actually so they could get right to training. Do either of you have any questions on what I've written down in your scrolls? Guy asked as he watched Hinata throw the rabbits into the pot. Guy had written scrolls about how they were supposed to train while he and Haku were at the bridge. Of course, Haku knew he had done this simply so he couldn't learn how they were preparing. The less he knew, the more beneficial it was for them. They both shook their heads at his question. We've been doing like you suggested and have talked to each other when either of us has had a question about what's on the scroll. Naruto answered for the both of them. Does that mean you've been the only one asking the questions? Haku couldn't describe it, but there was a certain joy he got from picking on the blonde. He had never gotten this kind of enjoyment before. Maybe spending time with this group was beginning to erode his brain. Naruto blushed and instead of shouting a comeback decided to glare quietly at the other boy. Guess that means I'm right. Haku smiled lightly. Something really was wrong with him. Your food. A bowl of rabbit meat was tossed to him. Haku barely caught it before he turned his gaze to the owner of the cold voice. Thank you, Hinata-san. Haku inclined his head before grabbing a pair of chopsticks to eat. The Hyuga girl rarely spoke around him and when she did it was always with a very clipped tone. Haku didn't blame her either. He had stolen their teammate. They had no reason to treat him kindly. With all the food having been passed out, silence reigned over the clearing as the group ate their food. Naruto was of course the first one done. He inhaled everything with such incredible haste that it made Haku kind of sick. No one should be able to consume food like that. Yet, Might Guy was always a close second. Haku would be willing to bet Lee was much the same. Only he and Hinata took their time eating their meal. Hey Guy-sensei. Naruto talked to his teacher enthusiastically. It didn't fit the mood of the morning at all. Yes, my young student. Haku winced. Yet Guy's response fit even less. Haku imagined his voice could probably be heard in the nearby village. Teach me how to open the hatchaman. Bushy Brow was telling me about it and it sounds so cool. Haku's ears perked up at this. Maybe the man would shed some light on that mysterious power he had used which easily blew away Zabuza's mist. Might Guy let out a loud boisterous laugh. Opening the gates is no easy feat, Naruto. While I would be more than happy to teach you at a later date, focus on the training you have for now. Lee can open a couple of them himself. When we get him back I'll have him assist me in teaching you. Naruto nodded excitedly. That sounds like a good idea. I really want to get training now. Naruto sat up abruptly and began doing a series of stretches. Haku couldn't believe how fast the kid's attitude changed. It almost seemed like he had a switch. That's the spirit. Train on Naruto. Haku cringed at Guy's continued use of his booming voice. If you are done, Haku-san, let us be off. They have work to be done. Guy turned his attention to the black-haired boy. Yeah, alright. Haku got up and turned to Hinata. The food was delicious again, he said as he bowed. Hinata didn't respond as she continued to nibble on her own food. Guy lightly grabbed a hold of Haku's shoulder and led him away from the clearing. Naruto and Hinata were left with another awkward silence as he continued stretching. Naruto-kun. Hinata sounded much more timid now that Haku wasn't around. Yeah, what's up, Hinata? Naruto stopped his stretching and turned to stare at her. She blushed slightly from the attention. It was strange, when they were in a group she could talk to him normally, but alone, even during such a serious mission, she found herself reverting back to how she used to be. I had a question about something here on my scroll. Hinata almost breathed a sigh of relief. She was still able to keep her stutter from returning, that was a good sign. No you don't. Naruto caught her lie without even thinking about it. Hinata's face turned very red at how straightforward an answer he gave. Listen, I appreciate that you're trying to make me feel better, but I don't really mind all that much, Hinata. You're really smart. Hinata's face remained red for a different reason now. Sorry, she muttered out. Don't apologize. Naruto sat down next to her. You're always so nice, there's no need to be sorry. Anyways, what was it in your scroll again? Hakusho Kaden. Hinata whispered, heavy in her voice. Just thinking about it made her forget her embarrassment. It is the ultimate defense taught only to the Hyuga of the main branch. That Guy-sensei would actually know how they do it is incredible. Well, that's Guy-sensei for you. If it's taijutsu, he can do it or at least knows it. Naruto spoke highly for one of the only men he had truly come to respect. Although, I'd wish he'd teach me something cool like a move. My list kinda sucks. Naruto pulled out the scroll he had. Playing the rock, paper, scissors with myself didn't make sense at all until you explained it. Naruto continued to talk. While it's cool that I know what happens when they pop, I don't see how that can benefit me entirely. Guess it's one of those look underneath the underneath deals. Although, training my clones to survive multiple hits is going to be useful, if I can actually get it. Naruto let his scroll flop down to the ground. You can do it, Naruto-kun. Hinata cheered for him quietly. You can do anything, she added in an even quieter tone. Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Hinata. For bushy brow, we'll definitely master this stuff. Naruto stood up quickly and resumed his stretches. Yes, for Lee-senpai. Hinata got up and also began stretching. I can also do it because you're here with me. Hinata wanted to add this aloud but chose against it. You don't blame me, do you? Hinata was surprised by Naruto's sudden question. Blame you? She didn't understand where that thought had even come from. Yeah, I mean, I'm the one who wanted to do this C-rank mission and all. Doesn't that make it my fault that things turned out this way? If I had just been okay with training, then things wouldn't have happened this way. You're wrong. Hinata startled Naruto with her shout. Why, you can't blame yourself. They had both stopped stretching again and Naruto stared at Hinata in shock. C-rank mission aren't supposed to involve such powerful shinobi. It was supposed to be basic protection. Besides, it would have happened to someone. It just happened to be us, so please, Naruto-kun, don't blame yourself. Hinata suddenly ran at Naruto and embraced him in a hug, tears slowly leaking down her eyes. Hey, I get it. Naruto lightly patted the girl's back. I'm sorry, Hinata. I won't say anything stupid again. Naruto slowly unentangled himself. Sorry. Hinata quickly began wiping her tears away. I didn't mean to get so worked up. I keep telling you not to apologize. You don't do anything wrong. Naruto scratched the back of his head as he spoke. Besides, you're right. If it's anyone's fault, it's that Haku guy. Hinata nodded gently. It's strange though. I can't bring myself to feel any resentment towards him. Really? I thought you were ready to knock his lights out the way you look at him. Naruto was surprised to hear Hinata's confession. No, I learned to act that way around my family. It's the best way to hide my emotions. Hinata hated bringing up her family, even if it was with Naruto. I kinda get what you mean though. Naruto quickly steered the conversation away. Even he knew that speaking about Hinata's family was taboo. Who would have guessed that he'd have that kind of face? Huh. Hinata looked up at Naruto in confusion. I mean, honestly, that dude is cuter than Sakura-chan. I really thought he was a girl at first. Naruto blushed and laughed nervously as he talked. Pretty weird, huh? Hinata's face fell as Naruto spoke. How could it be? She lost even to another boy. It was completely humiliating. Naruto-kun. You idiot. Hinata turned away from him and resumed her stretches. Hey, Hinata. Naruto called to her but she didn't respond. What did I do? Come on, Hinata. Haku continued to hammer away as he drove the wooden plank into the supports of the bridge. He found it terribly ironic. It was his mission to kill the bridge builder, yet here he was, helping construct the bridge. Life sure is strange. Haku mumbled aloud to himself. Sure is. Tazuna said as he walked up next to him and began laying down more boards. He set to work at hammering himself. Is this all right? Haku asked him. There are plenty nails lying around. One flick of my wrist and they'll be buried in your neck. Tazuna started sweating slightly but responded in a calm voice. You won't do that. How can you be so sure? Haku was perplexed. The man wasn't lying to him. I get a different feeling from you than I did that Zabuza character. Tazuna paused as he thought about his answer. You don't like to kill. I'm not sure how I can tell, but I know it. In fact, I don't think you like hurting others at all. You only do it because that Zabuza guy tells you to. In actuality, you're super nice. I'm impressed. Haku continued to nail away at his board. Is that perhaps the insight that comes from old age? Tazuna let out a long laugh. I'm not that old, even if I am a grandpa. I just know a good kid when I see one. Silence passed between the two of them after his last comment. Tazuna, we need to talk. Haku and the old man looked up to see another equally old man standing there nervously. He held an uneasy eye on Haku. Ah, Gichi, how can I help you? Tazuna smiled at his longtime friend and stood up as he greeted him. Listen, I've been doing a lot of thinking, and I want to quit working on the bridge. Tazuna's smile slowly disappeared off his face as Gichi spoke. Not you too. Tazuna whispered. Look, Tazuna, I understand that we're doing a good thing but what's the point if Getu has you killed? What good will it do? Gichi tried to implore Tazuna to see his reason. Haku felt his palms sweat as the man talked. He continued to hammer away in an attempt to distract himself. Let's all quit. Quit building this bridge. Impossible. Tazuna shouted, surprising not only Gichi, but Haku as well. This is our bridge. We began building it together and I intend to finish it. This bridge is a symbol of our nation's courage. If we stop now then Getu truly has won. Tazuna stared hard at Gichi for a minute. You know what? Just don't bother showing up again. I'll finish this bridge even if it's by myself. Tazuna walked past his once friend, knocking his shoulder as he went. Tazuna, don't be this way. Gichi called after him. Shove it. Tazuna grabbed another plank of wood and brought it back to where Haku was. He immediately set back to work. Gichi sighed and stood there for another few moments, trying to think of something to say. In the end, he gave up and walked away. Tazuna-san, Haku said quietly. Tazuna made a small noise to show Haku he was listening. I have no right to say this, but until the 2 weeks is up, I will help you build this bridge. Haku wasn't sure what compelled him to say that. Maybe it had been the old man's speech, but there was no taking it back now. It was out there. Tazuna didn't respond and Haku thought he was still mad until he looked over. The man was smiling, even if just a little. Unbeknown to either, Guy had watched the whole thing. There was an unreadable expression on his face. Things had been relatively peaceful in Getu's hideout for a few days since the incident. No one dared try to take Lee's life after the violent decapitation of two of their own. Lee had been here a full week now. Despite what he had said, he had made no progress in finding out anything about Zabuza. Lee wasn't deterred though. As long as things remained calm, he should be able to get the chance. Yet, perhaps inevitably, things did not remain calm. Getu returned today from some sort of business trip and he was seething mad. Where is he? Where is the bastard that hacked up 2 of my men? The short man strolled around the cafeteria of the tower, his cane clacking menacingly against the floor. All the thugs sat at tables and at their meals. It reminded Lee of school, which was kind of a funny thought. What's all this racket about? The man Getu was looking for spoke up as he strolled leisurely into the room. You. What the hell do you think you're doing? Getu pointed his cane at the shirtless shinobi. Getting food. Even shinobi eat, you know. Lee hadn't realized it at first, but Zabuza actually had a sense of humor. A twisted one, but a sense of one nonetheless. That's not what I'm talking about. Spit flew from Getu's mouth and into the faces of several seated thugs. They didn't dare breathe a word of it though. Why did 2 of my men have to die, huh? If you ask me, they were doing me a favor. What has that kid done for us? He runs around the place all day working out like a maniac. He doesn't contribute to anything, yet he continues to eat our food. That's wasted money right there. How are you going to reimburse me for this, huh, Zabuza? Getu slammed his cane down so hard Lee thought it would break. I'll bring you the bridge builder's head. That'll cover everything. Zabuza replied simply. No, I've had enough. Zabuza's eyes narrowed at Getu's words. You cost too much for no results. I'm through with you. We'll raid the village ourselves. Right, men? A chorus of cheers hailed from all the thugs in the room. Lee took their excitement as a chance to slip into the back corner and just watch. He slower pulled his weights off from where he was. Just try it, Zabuza answered. The lot of you won't even get close to touching that man. No one here has the power to take down a Jonin. We'll see about that. One man picked up one of his weapons. These men carried them with them at all times, so the cafeteria was loitered with them. I'll take your head first. Then the bridge builders. The man charged forward. As if he started a chain reaction, dozens of them charged forward with him. Zabuza laughed happily as the men charged at him. He grabbed his sword and swung it downwards, splitting the first man who had charged clean in half. Everyone else stopped at that moment. Zabuza looked up and they all took a couple steps back. Those weren't the eyes of someone who was sane. Demon, someone shouted. Is that it? I gut down one of you and the rest lose their spines. Come on, you cowards. I thought we were having a revolt. Come on. Zabuza took a couple steps closer as he roared at them. They all took a couple steps back. We can get him. Someone shouted in a shaky voice. Yeah, there's only one of him. There's a ton of us. Another man shouted, sounding a little more confident than the last. A dull roar erupted from about half the crowd. They slowly began to inch back closer. Stop it, you idiots. Getu sounded as if he was in pain. At me. Look at me. All the thugs turned around and were completely blown away by what they saw. Lee had Getu's arm twisted behind his back and held a kunai to his throat. No one move. Lee shouted, twisting Getu's arm for added effect. And no. Getu shouted. Stop. You'll break it. If I kill you right now, this whole thing ends. Lee said this to Getu but shouted it so everyone else could hear. You're the only reason the bridge builder has to be killed. That's the only reason my team is caught in this conflict. Kill him and you won't make it out of here alive. Zabuza said as he slowly walked through the crowd. Everyone here, including me, needs this man for money. Zabuza stopped walking. He was directly in between the crowd of thugs and Lee now. Of course, Getu did just say he's through with me. The demon ninja let his threat hang in the air. Getu caught on fast. Haha, come on Zabuza, you know I was just playing with you. In fact, I was thinking of doubling, screw that, tripling your salary. Just please, get me out of this. That's more like it, Getu. Zabuza practically purred. A wave of pure killing intent suddenly flooded the room. Those closest to Zabuza slipped to their knees immediately. Some even passed out. Getu was among them. Lee didn't collapse but his knees became wobbly and his grip loosened on Getu enough to allow him to fall to the ground. A second later and Zabuza had Lee by the neck, slamming him to the ground. He put his mouth close to the boy's ear. Unfortunately for you, I'm going to have to make an example of you. Force your body limp and it won't hurt as bad. Lee had no other choice than to do what he said. The entire group was seated at Tazuna's kitchen table for dinner. No matter how many times it happened, Haku still couldn't get used to it. Tsunami, Tazuna's daughter, was currently setting all the food down while Naruto passed all the plates and glasses out to everyone. It's always nice to have so many guests in the house, Tsunami said as she finished setting down the food and took her seat. Haku took pleasure in the fact that Naruto looked just as out of place as he felt. Perhaps he wasn't used to this type of setting either. Inari. Tsunami called for her son to come join the table. Haku had only ever seen the boy once and the experience had left a bad taste in his mouth. The kid had completely lost all hope. He did nothing other than cry all day and blame it on others. It seemed to hit a little too close to home for Haku to want to even think about it. Maybe it was because Haku felt like he was looking at his past self when he looked at him, but it actually made him want to strangle the kid. Again though, Haku was able to take comfort in the fact that Naruto seemed to share his sentiments. Just listening to Guy and Tazuna talk, Haku was able to infer that the two had been in a couple nasty arguments already. "I don't want any," the boy shouted from the other room of the house. Haku sighed. This didn't sound good. Sounded like another conflict was about to erupt, and he was going to be around for this one. "Inari, right this minute," his mother shouted. A few seconds later and the sound of heavy footsteps coming down the hall reached their ears. A moment later and Inari entered the room. "I don't want to eat with these losers and that murderer," Inari roared. Haku's face fell slightly at being called a murderer. "Watch who you're calling a loser, you crybaby," Naruto shouted at the boy. "I'm not a crybaby," Inari screamed back. "And I call you losers because there's no way you can ever beat Geto. You try so hard but what are you going to accomplish? You'll all just end up dead. You've already lost one teammate. That tears it." Naruto stood up so fast that the chair he was sitting in was toppled over. "Naruto-kun." "No." Hinata sat up too but she wasn't fast enough. Naruto delivered a fist right into the side of Inari's head, sending the boy crashing to the ground. Naruto sat there breathing heavily for a few seconds over the wailing boy. "I'm sorry. I'm going to go cook my own food." Naruto left the house in a hurry. Everyone else sat in complete silence. Inari's crying was the only thing that could be heard at the moment. "I never wanna see you guys again," Inari shouted as he too ran from the house. "Inari." Tsunami called after her son but made no move to go after him. She couldn't bring herself to, instead she looked back at her food, small tears rolling down her face. "I'm sorry," Guy said. "But after what he said about my other student, I couldn't bring myself to stop Naruto. I'll personally scold him and we will both swim 1,000 laps around the bay with 500-pound weights attached." Guy gave his usual challenge, but it lacked the fire it normally had. Perhaps the fatigue was finally starting to get to him. "No, we're the ones that are sorry," Tazuna responded, his head bowed in. "Shame. You're such good people, yet you are talked to in such a way. Once this bridge is complete though, he'll come around. He'll see what great people you are." Tazuna did his best to smile at him. "At least let me go apologize to your son personally. Hitting a child is unforgivable after all." Guy began to stand up. "Guy-sensei, I'll talk to him. You stay here." Hinata, who was still up, immediately went for the door. "Yes, thank you, Hinata." Guy slid back down to his seat. Haku got up too and began to follow after Hinata. No one tried to stop him. Inari sat on the edge of the dock. His tears continued to fall from his face and hit the water beneath him. He was so lost in thought he didn't even hear Hinata come up to him. "You mind if I sit here?" Inari jumped at her soft voice. He looked up at Hinata and then looked away from her without saying a word. She took that as a yes and sat down. "I know Naruto-kun can seem very harsh sometimes, but he always means well when he speaks." "Typical, you would side with him." Inari interrupted her. He wiped his nose and continued to look away from her. "Tazuna-san told us about your father. Naruto-kun grew up without ever knowing his dad, you know." Inari finally looked over at her in surprise. "My own father looks at me with disgust whenever he sees me," Hinata whispered. She shook her head to get away from the thoughts. This wasn't about her. It was about them. "It's kind of funny. You both say how you don't understand each other, yet when I look at you, I see Naruto-kun when he was younger." "What do you mean? How can I be anything like that guy? So what if he never knew his dad? That just means he doesn't understand the pain of losing him." Tears began to slide from his face again. Naruto-kun may not have known what it was like to have a dad, but that doesn't mean his life wasn't hard. Our whole village hates him. Hates him for something I don't even understand. They were all so cruel to Naruto-kun. I used to watch him all the time, you know. He would train every day to become strong so he could be accepted. Yet he always failed. When he failed he would cry. Not much different from you." Inari couldn't believe what he was hearing. Naruto used to cry. He stopped crying though. Inari barely managed to ask. One day he just quit. Hinata stared out over the water, memories of Naruto flooded into her head. He quit crying but he kept training all the time. He still didn't have anyone that accepted him, but he didn't cry. I think he realized that it wasn't going to help. He just simply gave up crying. And thanks to him, I learned to quit crying over my failures too. I used to be so miserable. Every time I messed up I would lock myself in my room and cry. Now, thanks to Naruto-kun, I don't cry when I fail. I get back up and try again. No matter how hard it seems, I won't ever give up. I hope you'll try too, Inari-san. Inari just stared blankly at Hinata. She smiled at him and slowly sat up and then walked away. He looked back out over the water. No more tears came to his eyes. He had a lot more on his mind now. Did you hear everything? Hinata asked as she passed the corner of the house. Yeah. Haku, who had been leaning against the wall, followed after Hinata. You have a similar pain to us, don't you Haku-san? Hinata asked as they walked into the forest. Yes. I used to cry a lot too. I cried until all my tears were gone though. When Zabuza-san found me I was already dried up. He gave me meaning. I live only for him. Haku wondered who he was saying that for now. Soon, the sound of a raging battle reached their ears. They came to the clearing where the Naruto and Hinata trained endlessly every day. 4 Narutos were currently mixed up in an all-out brawl. They wailed on each other with all their strength. To both Haku and Hinata's amazement, not a single clone popped from the terrible punishment they were receiving. Naruto-san really is something else. Haku murmured as he watched the scene in front of himself. Hinata could only nod as she stared at him, a small blush on her face. Ah, I see. Haku mumbled after looking back and forth between the two. He doubted Hinata even heard him. Haku took this time to notice something else. The ground Naruto was fighting in was trashed. There were numerous marks that looked like someone had been spitting in. Next to nearly every one of these marks was a pile of barf. Just what kind of training were they going through? Haku couldn't help but wonder. Are you sure this is something I should be seeing? Haku asked as he began to step away. It doesn't matter. Hinata answered, she didn't move from her spot. Don't forget, Hinata-san. In just a few days we'll be enemies again. We'll be pitted against each other in a life and death battle. Haku turned his back to the two of them and began to walk away. You won't kill us, Hinata said too quietly for him to hear. I know it. It was day 12. It had been 5 days since the last incident and yet Lee still ached all over. Zabuza didn't hold back one bit as he thrashed the young genin in every sense of the word. Yet none of that mattered. Not to Lee anyways. Despite the terrible beating Zabuza had given him, Lee had felt he earned something from the demon ninja. Perhaps it was his respect. Lee couldn't be sure. Zabuza-san, look what I got. Lee walked up to a small fire that Zabuza had going and dumped a small dough down at the man's feet. The two of them were now en route to the bridge. In 2 days Lee would be able to see his teammates again. Too bad it wouldn't be a very joyous reunion. Not bad, kid. For not having any ninjutsu you are surprisingly adaptive. The shirtless shinobi immediately set to work at skinning the dough. It is not that surprising really. Lee said as he plopped down. I have to be after all. It is the only reason I am able to be a shinobi in the first place. Well, that and Guy-sensei. Might Guy, I can't wait to rip that man's head from his shoulders. Zabuza chuckled low to himself. I wish you would not speak in such a way. It is most unyouthful. Lee chided the older shinobi. Youth, youth, youth. That's all you freaking talk about. Zabuza whipped the skin of the dough to the side as he finished. You should tell me more about your youth Zabuza-san. How did you become such a twisted man? Lee talked as blunt as possible. Do you want to die before we get there? I'm still pretty young, damn it. Zabuza snarled at Lee. The green-clad boy didn't respond. Instead he stared at Zabuza with wide eyes. Fine, you want to know something about my past. Lee nodded enthusiastically. To pass the academy in my village, you had to kill a classmate in a one-on-one fight. All of Lee's enthusiasm died right there. So you know what I did? Lee didn't respond. I wiped out my entire class. Since then, they abolished that custom. It was when they heard of this exploit that I was recruited to be trained with one of the 7 swordsmen. Lee narrowed his eyes suspiciously. I see, so secretly, you're actually a pacifist. Did you listen to a word I said? Zabuza shouted at the genin. I killed my entire class. How does that make me a pacifist? Yes, but because of you, that custom was removed, right? Lee waved his finger in the air. So by killing you class, you saved half of the lives that are currently employed in Kurigakure today. And you call me twisted? What kind of logic is that? Zabuza was completely shocked by the boy's optimism. That is the logic of youth. Lee took a dramatic pose as he shouted. To the sky. Sit down, you freak. Lee immediately did as he was told, but a big smile lingered on his face. What are you smiling at? It was starting to weird Zabuza out. I knew you were not all bad. I mean, you traveled with that kid, Haku. No one who has kid with them can be bad. Lee continued to smile brightly at Zabuza. Zabuza threw his hands in the air in defeat. Think whatever you want. I still intend to take the bridge builder's life tomorrow. Not to mention your sensei's. Gato will pay big once this works out. Lee stared quietly at Zabuza for a few seconds. How did you end up in Gato's gang? I mean, why did you leave Kiri? It's a long story, kid, and not one I like to tell, so I'll give you the short version. Zabuza scratched his head as he thought where to start. I attempted to take over the village and failed. I've been on the run ever since. I met Gato by chance and it seemed to fit. If I can get this money, I can afford to go back and try again. This time I'll hire another village. Maybe Kumo or something. Zabuza grabbed a jug of water and started to drink. Instead of that, just team up with us and come to Konoha. Zabuza immediately spit his water out. Don't say just ridiculous things. There's no way that's possible. Zabuza shouted. Sure it is, Hokage-sama is really understanding. I'm sure if you explain the situation he'll be more than happy to help. Lee continued to smile at the demon ninja. You know what? I've lost my appetite. Zabuza doused out the fire and the darkness of the night took over. Hey, wait, I'm still hungry though. Lee shouted. Too bad, go to sleep, brat. Zabuza laid down and rolled away so his back was to the genin. You know, you can protest all you want, but I know you're a good guy, deep down there. Despite being energetic just a second ago, Lee now sounded sleepy. Zabuza said nothing to Lee now. Instead he let silence claim the area for the rest of the night. Here's the plan. Guy spoke with complete authority now as he looked over his two students. The two of you are to stay here for 15 minutes. Once that time is up, charge in no matter what. Lee's life is on the line. Yes. Hinata and Naruto shouted together. Alright. Tazuna-san, you ready? Guy turned to the old bridge builder who nodded at him. No matter what happens, I just want you all to know that I think I made the right choice in hiring you guys. Thank you for everything. Tazuna bowed to them. Don't speak like it's over yet. You'll definitely complete that bridge. Naruto attempted to cheer the old man up. Well, let's go. Guy began to walk away. I guess I'll see you two on the battlefield. Haku muttered as he waved to the two genin. He then hurried after Guy and Tazuna. This wasn't good, he realized. He was going to have to crush these feelings here in a few short minutes. In no time the small group arrived at the bridge to find it completely shrouded in a thick mist. Guess he's already here, Guy mumbled. He looked to Tazuna. I'm ready. Let's go save your student. Guy nodded and the three of them walked into the mist. Ch9, battle on the bridge. I see that you've decided to do exactly as I said, might Guy. I'm kind of surprised. Zabuza's voice resounded throughout the thick mist. Where are you? Where's Lee? Guy shouted as he looked around, unable to spot anyone. Guy-sensei. I'm right here. Lee's voice came from straight in front of him. Guy squinted hard and two figures slowly became visible. Lee. Guy shouted happily. He was all right. At the very least he was alive. What a touching reunion. Zabuza said mockingly. But let's not forget why we're all here. What's your angle here, Zabuza? I have two people you want, you only have one. Guy eyed the man carefully. How about, we make this a little interesting? Zabuza drawled out slowly. I'll send Lee and you send Haku out halfway. They can fight each other for their freedom. I refuse. You're sick. Guy shot him down instantly. Zabuza roared with laughter at Guy's immediate refusal. You don't have a choice. Either take it or I'll cut his head off right here. Zabuza grabbed onto his sword as he spoke. TCH, damn. Guy looked down to Haku and nodded him forward. I'm sorry. Haku whispered so Zabuza couldn't hear. As he stepped forward, he drew his Senbon needles. Go on, brat. Zabuza looked down at Lee as he spoke. It does not have to be this way. You can still take my offer. Come with us. Lee had yet to take a step forward. Get going. Zabuza turned his gaze away from him. Lee stared at him for another few seconds. Goodbye, Zabuza-san. Lee whipped out a kunai and also took a few steps forward. Tazuna watched in panic as Lee and Haku walked up to each other. The bridge was now completely silent except for the footsteps of the two shinobi, as they got closer and closer. The anxiety was almost too much for the older man's heart. Hey, Tazuna whispered to Guy, shouldn't you join him? This is much too risky. What if Zabuza attacks? Guy kept a grim expression as he stared forward. Zabuza won't move. He wants to test my nerves. He wants me to make a mistake. Tazuna looked back to Lee. He really hoped Guy was right. The two shinobi stopped 10 paces from one another. Please, make this a most youthful battle. Lee brought his kunai up in front of himself as he spoke. He smiled at his opponent, a very tight-lipped one. I would rather not fight you at all. If it can be helped, I would rather not kill you. Haku raised his Senbon to throwing position. That makes 2 of us. Lee's smile dropped and his look became completely serious. Naruto-san and Hinata-san have been training hard since the incident. You'd be proud of them. Haku threw the Senbon and vanished a second later. Lee easily deflected all of them and then looked for his opponent. I would expect nothing less from my teammates. Lee looked down to see his shadow growing. Realizing that Haku was above, he jumped backwards just as Haku landed on the ground where he had been. His Senbon struck dangerously low into the bridge. Still in midair from his jump, Lee whipped his kunai at his foe. Haku easily ducked out of the way and charged at Lee again. The second Lee's feet touched the ground, he was off like a rocket. Haku hardly had time to block the fist aimed towards his face. Haku dropped low and performed a sweeping kick. Lee jumped over it and countered with a kick. Haku caught his leg. You are quite fast. Haku acknowledged. It is apparent it will take more than taijutsu to determine the outcome of this match. Haku began forming hand signs with his free hand. Damn, he's using his keke genkai. Guy took a step forward but stopped himself. Unfortunately, taijutsu is all I have. However, I will make it enough to beat you. Lee pulled his leg back and freed it from Haku's grasp. He landed in a crouching position. Just then, he noticed ice shards coming at him from every direction. What? Lee quickly launched himself into the air to avoid being skewered. Lee, I can't watch this battle. Not like this. Guy felt himself inclined to run to his student that he hadn't seen for 2 weeks. Wait right there, Might Guy, I want to see this play out. Unless you want me to go for the bridge builder. Zabuza laughed again as Guy paused where he was. He grit his teeth. Zabuza was right and he knew it. He couldn't leave Tazuna's side just yet. Lee landed on the ground just as a spike of ice shot from it at him. Lee quickly moved to the side. 2 more shot at him from his left and right and Lee was barely able to duck under these. He rolled sideways to avoid yet another spike that came from water that littered the bridge. Zabuza had prepared this beforehand. As Lee jumped up from his roll, the water beneath him turned into solid ice. Lee quickly lost his footing and slid painfully to the ground. He looked up to see Haku flying at him again, Senbon ready. Now I got you. I'm sorry, Tazuna-san, Lee needs my help. Guy shot forward but Zabuza immediately stood in his path. Out of my way. Guy shouted as he swung at the shirtless ninja. Zabuza used the broadside of his sword as a shield from Guy's punch. If that's how you want it, then you leave me no choice. Zabuza jumped back, slung his sword onto his back and put his hands together. The mist quickly intensified until Guy could barely see his own hand in front of him. This mist is too thick even for you, Zabuza. How do you expect to fight like this? Guy shouted into the white fog. He started looking around for any sign of his opponent. In response to his question, Guy heard a deep chuckle. You forget what I used to be, Might Guy. I was a silent assassin of Kurigakure. Killing you when I can't even see you happens to be a specialty of mine. Lee rolled out of the way just as Haku hit the ground again. The frozen bridge now worked to Lee's advantage as he easily slid far enough away from Haku to get back into a ready stance. Impressive, you think fast on your feet. You are also able to dodge attacks coming from multiple directions at once, no doubt experience you have received from training with Naruto-san. As Haku spoke, the mist grew heavier. Soon Lee was unable to see his opponent. Unfortunately for you, I trained with Zabuza-san. Fighting in this mist is little of a disadvantage for me. It won't make a difference if we are far enough away from the source. Lee jumped backwards and began running away from where he assumed Zabuza was. As he ran he heard just the barest sound of whizzing through the air. Lee ducked just as a set of Senbon flew over his head. He heard it again and Lee turned his head to the side to avoid another set. The farther he went the more the mist seemed to clear. His idea was working. Suddenly his progress was halted. Lee looked down to see his feet trapped in solid ice. He couldn't get out. No escape this time. Haku appeared in front of Lee, his Senbon poised to strike. Your assassination attempt won't work on me, Momochi Zabuza. I am a Jonin of Konoha. If you get close enough to me, I'll sense you in an instant. Guy walked around aimlessly as he spoke, waiting for Zabuza to make his move. Guy would be ready. You may have a point there. Too bad there is another man here who doesn't have the same skills as you. Guy paled when he heard Zabuza's threat. Oh no. Guy began running for where he knew Tazuna was. He had to make it. There was no way he couldn't. Guy was just barely able to make out Tazuna's form now. Then he saw it. A giant blade cutting through the mist. He wasn't going to get there in time. Tazuna-san, move. Guy only hoped he would react in time. Kaden. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Zabuza's sword bounced harmlessly off of Hinata's spinning shield. Haku struck true, but he hit Naruto instead of Lee. Who's got who? Naruto laughed as blood fell from his mouth. He grabbed onto Haku's arm as a clone ran up from the right. Haku wasn't able to pull away and the new Naruto nailed him right in the face. Haku went rolling away. The Naruto with Senbon in him bent over, coughed up more blood and popped while the other Naruto disappeared into the mist after Haku. It's good to see you alive and well, bushy brow. Lee whirled around to see the real Naruto crouched at his feet, stabbing at the ice with a kunai. In just a couple seconds Lee was free and able to move again. Naruto, you saved me. I thought for a split second that the one that took the blow was you. Lee nodded gratefully to Naruto who stood up, now that his task was complete. Yeah, that trick is pretty handy. Naruto laughed. We can catch up later, right? I got 2 clones left fighting that guy, we have to help them. Lee nodded happily. That won't be necessary. Haku's voice rang out from all around. Crap. Naruto and Lee quickly moved so they were back to back with each other. I can't believe he beat them so fast. 1 second they were there and the next they just died. How did he do it? Simple, don't you see? You are already trapped inside my jutsu. The mist around them cleared enough that Naruto and Lee could see they were completely surrounded by mirrors. There was a Haku in each one. What the hell? Zabuza nearly lost his grip on his sword as it bounced backwards. The spinning shield that had deflected his blade disappeared to reveal Hinata slowly stopping her spin. You bitch. You think that pathetic jutsu will be enough to stop me? Zabuza brought his sword back up. Konoha Senpu. Guy landed a powerful kick into Zabuza's stomach. Zabuza was launched backwards into the mist, where he disappeared from sight. Guy landed in front of his student. Hinata, nice work. I trust there were no problems. Guy looked back at his student. Tazuna-san's house was attacked by a couple of samurai before we were able to leave. We think they were Geitu's thugs. Hinata said, looking ready to spin if Zabuza showed himself. What? Is my family okay? Tazuna interrupted. Hinata nodded. They are fine. The samurai were trying to kidnap your daughter but Inari stood up to them. He gave me and Naruto-kun the perfect distraction to sneak up on them and take them out. After we got them we hurried here as fast as we could. Thank goodness it appears we weren't too late. Where is Naruto? I don't see him around. Guy glanced around briefly for his other student. He's here, but he stopped to aid Lee-senpai. Hinata answered quickly. Excellent. Your fires are burning brightly. Guy gave Hinata the thumbs up before he turned serious again. Listen, Hinata. Don't leave Tazuna's side no matter what. I will fight Zabuza in the mist alone. Can I count on you to make sure Tazuna is safe? Yes sensei, I won't fail you. Hinata stood firm. Good, be careful. With that, Guy charged into the mist. Alright, Zabuza, it's time we settle this. Fine by me, I'm going to make you regret those words. Zabuza shouted from within the mist. What the hell is this? Naruto shouted. He and Lee were still back to back. You didn't mention that you were capable of making this many mirrors. Not to mention that you can make one of you in each mirror. Of course not. A true shinobi never reveals his secrets while not in a battle. The results could be fatal. All the reflections moved as one as they reached into his back pouch. Are they clones? Lee eyed each one extremely carefully in an attempt to decipher even a minor difference. No, they're not clones. Haku answered now. They are merely reflections. Now then, it's time I show you what real speed is. Each Haku lifted a single senbon. In an instant, dozens of needles littered the floor. Naruto and Lee now had scratch marks everywhere. It happened so fast it took both of them an instant to realize what had happened. When they did, they both fell to the ground in agony. What the hell? Naruto gasped. That attack came from everywhere at once. Those must be clones. No, that was an extreme speed. I should have taken my leg weights off. Lee started to reach for them but a senbon pierced his hand. Lee drew it back quickly. There will be no need for that. Haku said. I'd prefer you guys just lay quietly and give it up. Like hell. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 3 more Narutos popped up. Okay bushy brow, if we can't keep up in here then we just gotta bust out. Let's make a run for it. Right. Let us go. Lee got up and started running. Naruto and his clones did the same, each of them went in a completely separate direction. It's pointless. Haku vanished from the mirrors for a second. In that second Lee, Naruto and his clones were all thrown backwards. They had hardly gone more than a few feet. You have trained quite hard these past 2 weeks in order to make sure your clones wouldn't pop upon receiving damage. I'm sorry to tell you that all that training was completely pointless, Naruro-san. Go to hell, Haku. Naruto picked up a needle that was laying on the ground. For being so fast, your aim really sucks. Not a single one of these has nailed us directly. Is that so? Haku asked. In the next instant, Naruto had 3 senbon in himself and each of his clones. Each one slowly fell over and popped. Damn it. Naruto slowly stood back up. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 3 more clones popped up. Again, bushy brow. Naruto and his clones started running. Right. Lee also began running for an exit. You are trying my patience. Haku flew for Lee first. When he was knocked back he went for the Narutos. He nailed the first one in the throat, forcing it to pop. Haku landed in a mirror and immediately jumped for the next one. He stabbed it and it also popped. Haku turned to get the next one but one of his own senbon flew right in front of his face. Haku backtracked quickly into a mirror before jumping back out and quickly knocking back the other 2 Narutos. Damn it, I almost had him. One Naruto groaned as he got up, both of them picked up another senbon. Lee looked at him in surprise. You can see him move. Not exactly. I'll explain later. Can you keep going bushy brow? Each Naruto appeared to make another clone. Of course. Lee pulled a couple senbon out of himself as well. He then stood up. All of them took off in a separate direction again. Haku decided to go for Naruto first this time. He took care of another clone. Suddenly, he felt a senbon pierce his shoulder. Haku was so surprised he stopped moving. Lee noticed right away and changed his direction. He jumped and spun in the air towards his opponent. Haku blocked his spinning kick but Lee's follow-up punch nailed him square in the stomach. Haku flew into a mirror, but instead of smashing into it, he sunk inside. Hey, I got him that time. Naruto smiled proudly to himself. That shouldn't be possible. Haku muttered in disbelief. No one can see my movements. I have to end this fast. Haku launched himself at Naruto before he had a chance to replace his fallen clone. When he popped this one, another senbon flew at him. Haku barely ducked this time and then flew back into his mirror. Now I get it. You can't see me at all, can you? Figured it out already. Naruto chuckled. That's right. Learning to maintain my clones wasn't the only thing I learned while training. When you pop my clones I know right where you are. I just have to throw one of the needles you leave me when their knowledge comes into my head. So far, I'd say it's working pretty good. Most impressive Naruto. Lee pumped his fist into the air. With this strategy, escape probably wasn't even necessary. They just had to run around and force Haku to attack them. Taking off his weights wouldn't be needed either. Shadow clones take an incredible amount of chakra. How long can you keep this up? Haku's appeared in all of the mirrors again. Way longer than you'll be able to keep up this crappy jutsu of yours. Naruto bragged. I have the most chakra of any genin in the leaf. There's no way I'll run out against someone like you. This is most unfortunate. I had been avoiding your vital points. I had come to enjoy your company over these past couple weeks, but it would appear I no longer have any choice but to kill you. Haku launched himself at Naruto. He pierced him in the heart. He disappeared in a poof of smoke. Now just you left. Haku threw another set of Senbon at Naruto and Lee. Naruto, having received information from his clone, was able to roll out of the way. Lee wasn't so lucky, but he did manage to avoid getting hit in his vitals. Damn it, I think he's serious. Naruto formed the ram seal once again. Bushy brow, you going to be able to go another time? Naruto looked with worry over at his teammate. Why yeah, no problem, Naruto. Lee staggered to his feet. He didn't even bother to pull any needles out. He didn't want to admit it, but he was still sore from being thrashed by Zabuza a week ago too. Now he was covered in needles. Anyone would be exhausted, yet he couldn't afford to let his teammate down. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Again, 3 more Narutos appeared. Why do you try so hard? Can't you see that it is impossible to win in here? My jutsu has never fallen before. Haku was frustrated now. Now Naruto was dodging his Senbon. Proof that this was taking far too long. He was running out of chakra. Haku was going to have to get underhanded to end this. It's because we can't die yet. We're finally together again. There's no way I'd let something as stupid as dying split us back up. Naruto and his clones took a running stance. Lee smiled happily at his best friend. Let's take this guy out, Naruto. You got it, bushy brow. Let's go. The Narutos took off. Lee started to, but a Senbon hit him in the calf, causing him to stumble and fall. Haku flew at Lee now. Naruto stopped and turned. Time seemed to slow down. Haku was flying at Lee, one Senbon ready to strike him down. Naruto whipped a kunai out of his pouch and began to run towards Lee as well. Haku was too close. He was going to strike. Putting on a final burst of speed, Naruto got in front of him and swung his kunai. It impaled Haku in the stomach. Lee looked up to see Naruto standing in front of him, a Senbon run through the side of his neck. Haku was bleeding hard from the stomach and he appeared to be coughing up blood. Naruto. Your clone got him. Lee rose slowly to his feet. Not yet. Naruto roared and pulled the kunai out. He went to strike again, but Haku pushed him back and jumped towards his mirrors, throwing more Senbon as he did. They all connected with Naruto. As this happened, 3 Narutos disappeared. The one who had taken the hits remained. Guy ducked under another swing Zabuza made. He turned around to deliver a powerful kick, but as always, Zabuza was gone. They had been going back and forth like this for minutes now. Zabuza would appear swinging, Guy would block or dodge and return fire, only for Zabuza to have already vanished back into the mist. This kind of battle doesn't much suit my flames of youth. Why don't you say we make this a little more head-on? Guy jumped over a low swing from the sword. When he landed, Zabuza wasn't anywhere to be seen. Then he heard the whizzing of the blade from behind him. Guy realized with fear that he couldn't dodge all the way this time. So he jumped backwards. The back of the blade by the handle cut deep into his hip. Guy was able to deliver a powerful elbow into Zabuza's ribcage in exchange though. Zabuza disappeared back into the mist. That sounds fun, but no thanks. Any minute now and Haku will have your 2 students down and he'll come to assist me. Not even you can take us both at once. Guy wasn't able to pinpoint Zabuza's voice. That is a most unyouthful strategy. I would have expected more pride out of you. Guy took 2 small steps backwards. His hands were ready for anything. Besides, how can you be so sure your pupil will win? He is outnumbered himself. Haku could never lose. He for sure has them trapped in his jutsu by now. Once that happens, it is only a matter of time. I guarantee it. Zabuza appeared right in front of Guy, thrusting his sword forward. Guy stepped to the side and punched Zabuza through the face. He turned into water. I got you no. Zabuza was in the air above Guy. He swung his sword down. This time instead of dodging, Guy spun around and slapped his hands on either side of the blade. He managed to halt its progress inches before it split his face. Zabuza's feet hit the ground. He tried to pull his sword back but he couldn't move it. Guy smirked. Wrong, I've got you now. Lee couldn't move. He couldn't speak. This one was a clone too, right? He had to be. Naruto must have made an extra and snuck out already. Naruto slowly turned his head to look at Lee. Sorry to say bushy brow, but I'm the real one. He must have known what he was thinking. Naruto's voice broke Lee from his shock. No. Why are you the real one? Why did you jump in front of him? I had to, it had to be me, no clone of mine would have survived through this. It was the best way to save you. Naruto wobbled a little now. But why did you have to save me? You were the one who was actually keeping up with him. You should have saved yourself. Tears were beginning to well up in Lee's eyes. I promised Tenten. Naruto whispered. Lee's eyes grew big. I swore to her that I'd keep you safe. Naruto fell backwards. Lee stumbled down and barely caught him. Lee sat on his knees, supporting Naruto with his arms. Besides, what kind of Hokage would I be if I let my friends die? It was bad enough when I watched you get captured. You can't be Hokage at all if you die. Tears fell freely from Lee's face now. What was all the talk about nothing separating us? Or those just empty words? Naruto smiled slightly up at him. It's funny. He completely ignored Lee's questions. I didn't think anyone would cry for me when I died. Naruto's voice almost sounded relieved. The whole village, they hated me, you know. Even our generation. They all looked at me like I was going to destroy them. I didn't know what I'd done to deserve it until just before I became a genin. I want you to know too. This was it. The secret Lee had wanted to hear since he'd met Naruto. Lee had spent hours in the library. Days, asking people to just try and get one more hint. Now he was about to get it. But he didn't want to know now, not like this. No, Naruto. Lee choked out. Conserve your strength. If you stop speaking you might still be able to live. Naruto ignored him. It was because of the Kyuubi no Yoko. It was sealed inside me as a baby. Lee's tears hit full force now. It all finally made sense. He had all the clues but he hadn't even been able to put it together. Now it was almost too late. Naruto, please, stop. Lee begged. It does not matter, I accept you regardless, Hinata and Guy Sensei still do as well. We do not care if you have a demon inside you, just live. Naruto felt tears start to slip out of his own eyes as well now. His voice came out hoarse. Meeting you guys was the best thing that ever happened to me. I would rather die and never become Hokage than lose one of you. Thank you, Lee. For being my friend. Naruto closed his eyes and went limp right in the boy's arms. Naruto. Lee put his face up to Naruto's chest. He didn't have a pulse. This is the first time you actually used my name. Why did it have to be the last thing you ever said to me? Lee's voice was muffled by Naruto's jacket. Naruto. Lee screamed to the sky. Naruto lived a hard life. To have no one is to have no purpose. Meeting you gave him purpose. Naruto and I were very much alike. He was just as much prepared to become a real shinobi as I. To do that, you must accept death. Haku slid himself back into his mirror, regret was heavy in his voice. Be quiet, Lee whispered. He gently lay Naruto down. Lee then sat cross-legged next to him and began pulling Senbon out of his body. Blood spurted with each one but Lee kept going. Soon, Naruto's body was free of them. Lee closed Naruto's eyes and then began to pull the Senbon out of himself. Naruto. Lee grit his teeth as he pulled one out. Haku just watched him silently, he owed him at least that. You were my best friend. I am hurting so badly right now that I cannot even describe it. Lee finished pulling off the Senbon and then removed his leg weights. Haku still made no move to stop him. The only thing that I can possibly think of to ease the pain is by avenging you. I will do whatever it takes, even if it destroys my own body. Lee slowly stood up, a pair of weights in each hand. Here I come. He then threw one of them at one of Haku's mirrors. It will take more than just a couple pounds to destroy my mirror. Haku was cut off as the weights shattered the mirror he was in completely. The shattering caused all of the reflections to disappear, leaving only one Haku in a mirror. Lee looked at it immediately and whipped his second weight. Haku barely managed to dive out in time. He fell out of it upside down. Nevertheless, he turned to throw his Senbon at Lee but he was gone. Haku didn't even have time to wonder where he went as a elbow buried itself in his stomach. Konoha Kaigansho. Lee shouted as Haku went flying backwards into the mist. Lee landed as Haku's ice mirrors shattered all around him. Haku's back connected painfully with the concrete, successfully knocking the breath from his body. Haku slowly stood up. Lee charged straight at him. Haku raised his arm and blocked a punch. He then jumped over Lee's sweeping kick. Lee vanished and Haku felt Lee's fist connect with his shoulder. Haku spun twice from the force of the blow. Lee wasn't in sight again. Haku heard him though. He bent low just as Lee's kick flew over. What incredible speed. Haku blocked Lee's follow-up kick. He skid back several feet from the force and power. Haku moved his head sideways to dodge Lee's next punch. But I cannot afford to lose here. Haku was now within Lee's guard. He threw his own punch. Before it could connect with Lee's stomach he disappeared. Let go of my sword. Zabuza gritted his teeth and pushed down harder. Guy held his ground firmly. He wasn't even giving an inch. Blood spurted out of his open wound. You release your hold on it. Guy retorted through clenched teeth. It was taking all his power to accomplish this task and ignore the pain. At the very least, he had Zabuza in sight now. Guy pushed upwards a little. Zabuza wouldn't budge either. Suddenly, a figure flew right under and between them. He rolled painfully past them before stumbled up to his feet. Haku. Zabuza looked over in surprise. Guy took the opportunity and began to push the blade up. Then Lee flew over them and pressed on his with his attack. Lee. Guy was completely shocked now. He had never seen such a look of pure rage on Lee's face. He then realized that he could see farther into the mist than normally. Zabuza was lifting the mist. His surprise was greater than Guy had expected. Guy could now see Tazuna and Hinata as well. Hinata watched in horror as Lee beat on the boy she had come to know over the past 2 weeks. Lee-senpai. Stop. Hinata took a couple steps away from Tazuna. Haku-san isn't a bad person. There's no need to go so far. Lee actually halted his attack to look at Hinata. Haku leaned painfully against the railing and rubbed his bruised cheek. Despite the apparent aggressive assault Lee was giving, hardly any of his blows were more than glancing. He was too worked up to fight properly. A fact Haku was using to stay alive at the moment. He is not a bad person. Lee asked in disbelief. Hinata could do nothing more than look at him in confusion. He is the worst kind of person. Lee shouted, pointing a dramatic finger at Haku. He killed Naruto. I can never forgive him for that. Lee balled his hands into fists. It's time. Lee then widened his stance and stuck his arms in an X in front of himself. The world stopped for Guy and Hinata. Their thoughts ran exactly the same. Naruto was dead. Impossible. Lee had just been caught in the heat of battle and had misjudged. There was no way he was dead. First gate. Lee called, breaking them both from their reserve. Guy finally had the peace of mind to say something. He let go of Zabuza's sword and dodged out of the way as it came crashing onto the ground. Zabuza stumbled forward from the unexpected shift. Lee, wait. He took only a couple running steps. Open. It was too late. Lee vanished for a second and then he and Haku tumbled off the side of the bridge. Guy stopped running. There was no point following him. He had Zabuza still to fight. Well, seems like Haku did pretty good. Too bad for that kid of yours. Zabuza chuckled to himself as he swung at Guy again. Guy held up his hand and this time stopped the blade with one hand. What? Guy's back was still turned to Zabuza. You'll pay for that comment. Guy said darkly. He spun around and nailed Zabuza in the side of the head with a strong kick. Zabuza stuck his blade into the ground to keep himself from skidding. Zabuza regretted the decision. He was still close enough to see Guy's face clearly. The look of pure rage was something more akin to a devil than Zabuza had ever seen. Guy reached into his back pouch, causing Zabuza tensed up. Guy pulled out nunchaku and the demon ninja let out a sigh of relief. You plan to beat my big sword with that small thing? Zabuza had to suppress a laugh. Guy didn't even respond this time. Instead he swung his weapon around. Suit yourself. Zabuza hefted his mighty blade and charged. Scary looking or not, he was going to split him in half. As he came to Guy he swung down. Guy swung his weapon to meet Zabuza's sword. The result was Zabuza's sword being knocked completely backwards. What the? Zabuza's speech was cut as Guy slammed the two poles together and then thrust them into Zabuza's face. Gah! Zabuza held his face with one hand. The other still held onto the sword. You'll pay for that. Guy vanished. Apparently you didn't hear me. Zabuza's eyes grew wide. The voice was right behind his ear. It is you who will pay. Zabuza had no chance to move as his ribcage lit up in burning pain. He spun around swinging his blade. Guy knocked it back with his nunchaku again. Another swing around and one of the wood poles slapped Zabuza in the side of the face. The force sent Zabuza to the ground. Zabuza slowly started to stand up. Is that the best you can do? Guy's foot connected with Zabuza's stomach, lifting him completely from where he lay and into the air. Guy swung his weapon around again. Zabuza barely blocked with his blade. The force sent the still airborne Zabuza flying back a few feet. He landed and skid on the ground. Guy took a step towards him. Zabuza's eyes grew wide with fear. Stay away. He reached into his pocket and pulled out 4 shuriken. He whipped them all. 3 of them nailed Guy in the torso. 1 nicked him in the cheek. It started to bleed freely. Guy wiped the blood off of it and looked down at it. You disappoint me. I thought the bloody demon of the mist would pose a bigger threat than this. Zabuza felt his fear increasing. The man had lost it. He took the blow of those shuriken without even blinking. Guy vanished and reappeared in front of Zabuza. His nunchaku were already coming around. Zabuza blocked with the handle of his sword. He then pulled out a kunai and stabbed at Guy. Guy stepped back but it was too late. Zabuza struck right in between the ribs. Guy coughed up blood. I'm not done yet. He swung his nunchaku again. Zabuza again blocked with his blade. He then pulled his kunai out before taking another stab. Guy jumped back and successfully dodged this time. So the cornered demon gets desperate. A good strategy though. Blocking with that big sword of yours and then slicing at me with your speedy, small kunai. It worked the first time but it won't help you anymore. Guy began his assault again. Hinata was blind to everything that was happening in front of her. The second Lee fell off the bridge, his words resounded in her head. She needed to see it for herself. Tazuna put his hand on her shoulder. Hey, take me to him. I want to see him too. Tazuna's voice was solemn. Hinata nodded her thanks, grabbed Tazuna's hand and led them past the 2 fighting ninja. It didn't take long to make out Naruto's body in the clearing mist. Hinata gasped at the sight she saw. His body was covered with little bloody holes. Dozens of senbon and shards of ice lay all around him. Tazuna doubted he would have even needed his glasses to confirm the boy wasn't breathing. Hinata knelt down to check anyways. He had no pulse, as she already knew. Hinata bit back her tears. You don't need to hold them in for me. Tazuna began wiping away his own tears. Damn it, look at him. Smiling even in death. What Tazuna said was true. Naruto's mouth was curved upwards, even from the way he lay. Hinata stared down at Naruto. So many things were running through her mind. Finally, words started to come to her. I loved him, you know. Tazuna stared at her silently. I've loved him for a long time, I think. I only just realized it recently though. It had started out as admiration. I wonder when it turned into something more. Hinata smiled bitterly at how pathetic she was. This was the first time she had ever confessed aloud and he wasn't even alive to hear it. I was so happy when we were placed on the same team, I thought I could have died right then. It was a good thing I didn't. I had so many new experiences with him. Tears finally started to fall from her eyes. They hit Naruto in the cheek. Sometimes he was a real idiot. But I fell even more in love with him because of it. Tazuna's tears picked up as Hinata kept talking. She slowly began rubbing his cheek. Just recently, we made a vow to each other. I was going to become the heir to my clan. He was going to become Hokage. We were both going to get the respect we wanted. Hinata wiped away her tears. She shuddered for a second. Damn it, Naruto. Hinata shouted. Tazuna looked at her in surprise. Who is supposed to become Hokage now? Hinata screamed as she banged a fist on his chest. Who am I supposed to draw my confidence from now? She hit him again. Who am I supposed to accomplish my dream with now? She hit him once more. Her last question came as little more than a whisper. Who am I supposed to love now? No fist followed. Instead, Hinata broke completely down into tears. Haku and Lee both landed on the water at approximately the same time. There was no mist down here at all. Instead, the clear blue sky and bright rays of the sun shined down on them. Something completely unfit for the battle that was taking place. Neither shinobi paid any attention to the nice weather though. They were squaring off. Lee sent a flying kick at Haku. A wall of ice rose and Lee nailed that instead, leaving a huge crack. Lee disappeared and reappeared behind Haku. This time a hand of ice shot from the water and grabbed Lee's forearm, stopping his punch completely. You made a big mistake bringing me down here. Haku turned to face Lee. This whole battlefield is now my weapon. There is no way you can beat me when we fight on top of the water. Haku rose his arms. In response, 4 spikes of ice shot out of the water at Lee. Thinking fast, Lee kicked the ice arm, freeing his hand. Lee then did a back flip, avoiding the spikes. I cannot afford to lose here. I still have time left with the first gate. Lee charged again. Haku raised another wall of ice. Lee easily shattered it with his knee. He then released a chamber kick at Haku. Haku formed the water around his arm and made an ice gauntlet. He blocked the kick with that gauntlet. Lee landed on the ground and the water crawled up his feet and froze. Lee was stuck again like he was up on the bridge. I'm sorry, but this is it for you. Haku made a series of hand signs. The water around Lee began to spin and rise up. Not long and it was all the way up to his neck. It will take more than this to bring me down. Lee flailed his arms as best he could, but it proved pointless. As the spinning water rose over his head, it solidified. Lee was now trapped inside a prison of ice. He couldn't move at all. It must be a painful way to die. Haku sympathized. Not being able to move, not able to breathe. The only thing you can do is wait to die. I'm sorry that you were unable to avenge your friend. Haku turned around and started to walk towards the support beams on the bridge. A burst of chakra made him stop. Haku turned around in surprise. What he saw was an even greater surprise. Lee was glowing and the ice began cracking. Impossible. Haku murmured as the ice shattered completely with a loud bang. Second gate. Open, Lee said triumphantly. He touched the water and vanished. His fist connected with Haku's cheek, knocking him back. Haku landed on the water painfully. To have enough power to shatter the ice with pure chakra, incredible. Lee didn't give Haku any longer to admire his new strength as he charged at him again. Haku rose another wall of water in defense. Before it even turned to ice, Lee burst through it. Haku brought up his gauntlet to defend. Lee's fist shattered it too. Ice spikes fired from behind Haku. Lee jumped backwards to dodge them. Wasting no time, Haku raised his hands. A giant wave of water formed all around him. Meanwhile, spikes of ice shot continued to shoot at Lee. The water began to bend inwards. Soon, Haku had himself encased in a giant dome of water. The water turned to ice and Haku sat down and breathed a sigh of relief. You cannot hide from me, Lee shouted. He flew at the dome and nailed it with his most powerful kick. The ice didn't even crack. Lee jumped back and did it again. He then followed the second kick with a punch. The ice still didn't give way. You won't be able to break this ice. It is much thicker than my mirrors. Also, once this dome is complete, it takes no chakra to maintain. While your gates and chakra exhaust out there, I will be recovering my chakra in here. Haku sat cross-legged in the center of his dome. He had spoken more to himself. There was no way Lee could hear him from in here. Soon, Lee's blows stopped. Haku smiled and stood up. It was time to end this. Then it happened. The top of Haku's dome shattered. Lee fell through and landed in a crouch right in front of him. That shouldn't be possible. Haku slid backwards on the slippery dome floor. How did Lee know that the weakest point of his dome was the top where the water had merged? Anything is possible if you set your mind to it. Lee jumped at Haku, his fist extended. A spike of ice shot from the floor, blocking Lee's fist. Lee slid backwards as 3 more spikes shot up right where he had been standing. Lee then slid himself forward. He jumped over another spike that appeared. Stop this. The dome is made of ice. Surely you see the hopelessness of this struggle. Haku yelled as he ducked under Lee's kick. Haku slid to the center of the dome. He rose his arms and spikes fired from all around at Lee. I told you, anything is possible. Lee vanished and all the ice shattered uselessly against itself. Haku looked downwards just in time to see Lee's foot fly up at him. It connected with his chin and launched him outside of the ice dome. Just as Haku's flight skyward stopped, Lee appeared behind him. The bandages on his arms wrapped themselves around Haku. They pulled tight. Haku could no longer move. Lee grabbed onto him and as they fell, Lee began spinning quickly. Haku realized with fear that Lee intended to slam him into the dome he'd created to defend himself. Haku closed his eyes and focused hard. The ice began to melt. Willing it to melt faster, Haku was barely able to make it all vanish before he and Lee nailed the water. However, without the ice there, Haku and Lee drilled deep down into the water. Haku's ears popped from the pressure of going so far down. Soon their descent slowed. The now wet bandages snapped easily with a slight tug from Haku. He kicked off of Lee and began swimming towards the surface. Third gate. Open. Haku felt another boom of chakra. He turned around in disbelief. Lee started kicking with all his might. He flew at Haku like a rocket. Haku didn't have a chance to move out of the way as Lee nailed him in the shoulder. Haku swung around in the water. Right when he stopped spinning, he felt Lee nail him again in the back as he shot by again. Haku couldn't even tell if Lee was punching him or just plain ramming him anymore. Even scarier, Haku realized he had lost his bearings. With all the spinning, Haku didn't even know what way was up. Suddenly, Lee nailed him again. Haku watched the way the bubbles went that Lee created. Haku knew which way to go now. He formed a quick set of seals. A pillar of ice formed beneath his feet and started shooting upwards. Haku looked out of the corner of his eye. He saw Lee flying upwards towards him. This was going to be close. Haku barely broke the water before Lee did. He channeled all the chakra into his feet and jumped. Combined with the pressure of breaking out of the water, and Haku went higher than he had expected. He looked down to see the bridge was well below him. Haku's relief turned into pure terror as he felt Lee grab onto both of his ankles. "It is over," Lee roared. He began doing a series of front flips, taking Haku along for the ride. When he released his hold, Haku was flung towards the bridge at an alarming speed. Zabuza had been one of the best swordsmen in his village. Even among the 7 that he was a group of, he was considered one of the best. It was rare in his life that he met someone who outclassed him in skills with a weapon. For this crazy green beast to be someone who was better than him was of great insult to Zabuza. "Damn it. I'm going to tear you to shreds," Zabuza roared. He charged and stabbed at Guy with his kunai again. Guy ducked under the kunai, stepped forward and swung his nunchaku upwards. The pull connected with Zabuza's chin. "You won't be tearing anyone else to shreds ever again." Guy swung his nunchaku around and nailed Zabuza painfully in the back of the knee. Zabuza dropped down to his knees just as a crash appeared further down the bridge. Both shinobi looked to see Haku laying on the ground. The boy started to stumble up but collapsed. Lee soon fell down onto the bridge too. He landed but then he too stumbled. The gate's effects had worn off. "Seems like this is it, Momochi Zabuza, for you and your pupil." Guy swung his nunchaku back into his pouch. "For ending my student's youth, I plan to take yours." Guy cocked back his fist in preparation. Zabuza could only look at it in fear. This fist would definitely not be one he could survive. Haku's vision blurred back just in time for him to see Guy bring his fist back. Haku again attempted to stand up. "Damn it," Haku cursed. His arms were broken. He had used them to shield himself from the impact onto the bridge. He was alive but the price had been heavy. Haku barely managed to get to his feet. He could make it. As long as his feet worked he would be just fast enough to intercept that punch. Jukin. Haku's vision blurred completely again. He coughed up blood and then fell to his knees. "Zabuza-san, run." Haku fell to the floor, unconscious. Hinata stood behind him. Her open palm was still extended outwards. Her Byakugan still active. "I believed in you, Haku-san. I really did." Her face was still stained with tears. A sudden movement in the mist caught the attention of her eyes. "Guy-sensei, behind you." Guy spun around at Hinata's warning. A man with a spear appeared out of what mist was left and charged at him. Guy grabbed it as the man thrust it at him. A sneak attack. Most unyouthful. Guy snapped the spear and then grabbed the man by the throat and slammed him into the ground. Zabuza smiled. He didn't know who the man was or where he had come from, but he gave him just the opportunity he needed. Zabuza stood up and hefted his sword. He was going to hack Guy in two. "Don't even think about it." Guy shot his foot backwards. It connected with Zabuza's stomach. Zabuza coughed up blood and dropped his sword and kunai. Guy turned back to face him. Well, would you look at this here. Poor little Zabuza's all beat up." Zabuza and Guy turned to see who was here now. Soon the mist cleared all the way to reveal the newcomers. Neither Jonan liked what they saw. Geitu stood there and behind him was an army of thugs. "Geitu." Zabuza growled. "What the hell is this? What are you doing here?" He slowly stood up to face his employer. "Well, you see, Zabuza, I've changed my mind again. I can't afford to triple your salary. I like the idea of having you butchered more." An evil grin appeared across Geitu's face. "What?" Zabuza's eyes got wide with disbelief. "Yep, you're too wild lately. Too indirect. Who the hell kidnaps a kid so they can kill a different man 2 weeks later? Now that you and that other guy who had you shaken in your boots are all beat up, these guys will clean house. It's simple, cheap. Gato laughed maliciously. Zabuza stared down at the massive group in front of him. I thought I already told you. No matter how injured, those men don't have the ability to kill a Jonin, let alone two. I don't like how you're insinuating that we should team up, but I don't see many other options at the moment. Guy stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. I'll settle my score with you later. Guess that means we're in an agreement. Zabuza readied his sword. I will join you. Lee stumbled up next to his sensei. Zabuza and Guy both looked surprised to see him standing there. No, Lee, you've done enough. Opening the gates has tore your muscles, you must rest for a while. Guy caught Lee as he stumbled forward. I have to get him. He is the reason this all happened. He is the reason Naruto is dead. Lee looked fiercely at Gato. He deeply regretted not killing him when he had the chance. I owe you one for what you did too. My arm, you brat. Gato pointed his cane accusingly at Lee. I'm going to enjoy kicking your corpse when this is over. Over my dead body. Guy and Lee both turned surprised faces towards Zabuza. Even he seemed surprised by the words that left his mouth. The group was so surprised, no one noticed Hinata charge past until it was too late. Guy didn't have a chance to grab her. He was still holding onto Lee too. What the hell? Gato immediately turned and ran into the safety of his group. I've had enough, kill the bitch and then the rest of them. Hinata, wait. Don't do this, there are too many of them. Guy watched in horror as she didn't listen. It's not that she wasn't listening though. It was that she didn't hear him. Lee's words of how this man was the cause of Naruto's death rang true through her ears. She was going to pay him back in full. No matter how many thugs were in the way. Alright, I get dibs on the girl. One man stepped forward with a sword in hand. Before he could even react he had a full Juken strike through his heart. What the man coughed up blood and fell backwards. The rest of them paused and stared in shock at what happened. Hinata didn't stop though. She sprinted into the heart of the group. The men quickly got over their shock and started swinging whatever they could at her. She dodged and weaved through every strike, throwing in her own here and there. Soon though she was completely surrounded and they all swung down at once. Kaden. All the thugs in the immediate vicinity were blasted backwards. Most of them fell on top of others, leaving more than half of them sprawled out on the ground. Some of the men were impaled on weapons that they fell on. More than enough were down to give Hinata a clear gap to her target. Gato reached the edge of the bridge and turned around. To his horror, all his guards were knocked down and the girl was coming straight for him. Wait, please stop. I'll give you anything you want. Money, power, men, you name it. Gato held up his arms in front of his face. Then give me back Naruto-kun. Hinata struck Gato in his broken arm. Gato howled in pain. Can you do that? Hinata's next strike hit his shoulder. Is it within your abilities to bring him back to me? Hinata sent a Juken into his gut. Please. Gato begged as he doubled over. He had never felt pain like this in his life. His plea fell on deaf ears as Hinata's arms became encased in blue chakra for a split second. Juaho Soshiken. She nailed Gato right in the side of the head, killing him and sending him off the ledge. Hinata stood there, panting. She'd done it. She'd got to him. You bitch, you'll pay for that. A couple of the thugs were running up behind her. Their weapons raised to strike. It didn't matter anymore though. Not to Hinata. She'd avenged Naruto. She was satisfied. Hinata, no, run. Guy called. Time was in slow motion for him. He watched as the thugs raised their weapons. He let go of Lee and started to run. He watched Hinata stand straight. He watched the weapons fall. Guy had no time to do anything. Even he wasn't that fast. He'd failed not one, but two students. Hinata closed her eyes and waited for the blows to come. They never did. Instead she heard a loud clang as all their weapons were deflected. She spun around in surprise to see Zabuza standing there. His sword had saved her life. Surprised to see me, girl. Zabuza swung his sword and split the group in front of him in half. If you want to die, then die fighting. Don't die with your back turned to the enemy. How would that blonde brat have felt if you died so pathetically? Hinata's eyes grew wide. Zabuza was right, she realized. She had been ready to throw her life away. But that wasn't right. That wasn't how Naruto would have wanted it. Newfound determination settled into her eyes. Let's go. Hinata's Byakugan activated and she slid into her stance. That's more like it, Zabuza said. He turned to face the thugs and charged forward without waiting for Hinata. One swing of his sword and 3 of them lost their heads. You bastard! Another man shouted as he ran at Zabuza from the side with a spear in hand. He didn't get far as Hinata sent a juken into the side of his face. Nice one, girl. Zabuza nodded his approval before turning back to the gang of men. To his surprise, some were looking the other way. What's going on? Gai-sensei and Lee-senpai are fighting from the other end. Hinata answered for him. Alright, then let's meet them halfway. Hinata nodded and they both charged together. They covered each other's weaknesses well. Zabuza would take out many of them at a distance thanks to his massive blade. If 1 or 2 men got in too close, Hinata would easily dispatch them. Soon, they met up with Guy and Lee at the center. All 4 shinobi quickly went back to back. The gang of men had been completely thinned out by now. There was only enough of them left to form a small circle around the shinobi. Yet Lee had his doubts that they could actually handle what was left. His body felt like it was on fire and his vision was beginning to blur. Lee-senpai, I'm glad you're all right. Hinata managed to say. Yeah, same to you. Lee looked at his female teammate. His only teammate. I'm sorry. Hinata shook her head. Don't be, I can't blame you. Hinata felt tears edge at her eyes again just from thinking about Naruto. Stay focused. Zabuza snapped. Even he felt like he could topple over at any moment. We're going to make you guys pay for killing our meal ticket and half our men. A big man with a huge mace said as he edged forward slightly. Yeah, after we mount your heads on some poles, we're gonna have our way with the nearby town. Another man shouted. Right boys. The rest gave a small cheer. A second later and the one who had just talked got hit in the back of the head by a small arrow. He toppled over dead. What the hell? All the thugs turned to see what had happened. Now, Guy shouted. All 4 shinobi sprung forward and took care of the bandits while their attention was diverted. What was that? Lee asked as he struck down the last one. It was Inari-san and Tsunami-san. Zabuza and Lee both gave Hinata a strange look. Then she remembered that neither of them had met the 2 before. Tazuna-san's daughter and grandson. Hinata clarified. Oh, I see. Lee looked across the bridge and saw all 3 of them. They were all leaned over Naruto's corpse. Naruto slowly stood up from where he had been laying. Where the hell am I? He groaned while looking around. It looked like a sewer of some sort. There were pipes everywhere, not to mention how dark and dank it was. Am I even alive? Naruto wondered out loud to himself. Oh no, what if this is hell? Naruto started to panic. Then he heard it. At first Naruto thought it might be wind. But it was different. It sounded more like breathing. But what could be so big that Naruto could hear it like that? Naruto wasn't sure he wanted to know the answer to that. Steeling his nerves, Naruto slowly began walking. At first, Naruto was afraid he was going to get lost. He made numerous turns just to follow the source of the breathing. Then Naruto almost laughed to himself. Lost. He had been lost since he got here. Soon Naruto came to a huge room with a gigantic cage on the other end. The word, seal, was written on it. Naruto was impressed by the massive size. Ah, Naruto jumped. Who's there? Show yourself. Naruto shouted. So my idiot host has finally come to see me. Naruto located the sound of the voice. It was coming from behind the cage. Naruto peered at it but couldn't see anything but pitch darkness. So he edged closer. Soon he was just a few feet from the cage. A massive eye opened up and a claw shot to the edge of the cage. What the hell? Naruto jumped back in surprise. What are you? Where are we? Naruto shouted his questions at it. You fool, you should know who I am. The eye roared. No way, don't tell me you're the devil. On man, this really sucks, I knew I was in hell. Naruto balled himself up onto the ground and started rocking back and forth. You're not in dead. We are simply in your mindscape. Naruto looked up in surprise at the massive eye. I'm not dead. This is my mind. Naruto slowly stood back up. Then what the hell is something like you doing in my mind? Naruto pointed an accusing finger at the eye. You really are an idiot. The eye roared at him. Then Naruto saw it. The barest flicker of a tail, of several tails. Realization dawned on Naruto. You are that bastard fox. Why I oughta kick your ass right now. Naruto was quickly overcome with anger. This was the thing that had caused him misery for his whole life. This was why he never had friends. Now he could see it, right in front of him. He could just strangle it, he was so pissed. The fox roared with laughter. Go ahead, brat. Rip this seal right off and you and I can have a good round. Naruto eyed the fox carefully. What happens to you if I die? Naruto finally asked. The fox's eye widened in surprise at the question. Assuming I am still sealed inside a twerp like you, I'd disappear for a while. But you'd come back. How long would it take? Naruto scratched his chin in thought. 1 year. 100 years. Not even I would know that. Why does an idiot like you want to know? Naruto's questions confused the fox. So if I was in such a tough battle, why didn't you help me out at all? Surely a big lug like you has some chakra to spare. Naruto pointed another accusing finger at the fox. Fool. Naruto was taken aback by the fox's newest insult. I sensed no animosity or killing intent. If your life had been in danger, I would have known it. That is why I didn't need to give you chakra. Naruto was about to say more, but a drop of water hit him in the face. Did you just spit on me? Naruto asked in disgust. 2 more drops hit him. No. The outside world is calling you back. Our conversation is over. The fox began to retreat farther into its cage. Hey, you damn fox. The fox turned its eye towards Naruto. I'm not an idiot. My name is Uzumaki Naruto and I'm going to be Hokage. Remember it. Naruto had been fading as he spoke, and when he had completed his sentence he disappeared altogether. Naruto, the fox whispered. I'll definitely remember it when I'm ripping you to shreds. The fox grinned, revealing its massive teeth. Naruto hurt like hell all over. He slowly began to open his eyes. He had to close them when something wet hit them. Damn, that stings. Naruto moaned. Naruto. Naruto recognized that voice. What's up, Inari? Naruto completely opened his eyes to see the shocked and teary face of the boy. He also saw Tazuna and Tsunami. You're alive. Inari was in complete shock. Dummy, of course I'm alive. Naruto began to sit up. I can't die until I become Hokage. No, don't strain yourself. Tsunami cautioned. How is everyone? Naruto ignored Tsunami and kept rising. They're all right. Tazuna answered while wiping his own tears away. Gato and his men showed up and we teamed up with those mist nin to beat them. Really? Man, that's going to take some explaining. Naruto was now standing. He looked over towards where his teammates were. He then looked over at Inari. What's with the getup? The boy was wearing a bunch of kitchenware like it was armor. I came to help out. Inari said proudly as he hefted up a tiny crossbow. I tried recruiting others in the village, but they were all a bunch of scared white cats, so I went to leave by myself. Of course, Mom wouldn't let me, so she followed. Naruto turned and looked at Inari's mom. She held a frying pan nervously. Hinata. Inari called over. Naruto. Naruto is alive. Both of them looked over immediately. They saw Naruto standing there now, his eyes open. He slowly stuck his arm up and gave them a small wave. Naruto-kun. Naruto. Hinata felt new tears returning to her eyes. She couldn't believe it. Naruto was alive. She ran up to him as fast as she could. She slowed to a stop just in front of him. How's it going? Naruto tried to smile casually at her. Naruto-kun. Hinata leapt forward and gave Naruto the hardest hug she ever had in her life. She sobbed his name over and over into his shirt. I missed you too, Hinata. But your hug is crushing me. Naruto managed a pained smile as he patted her head. Lee stumbled a little. His muscles were still sore, it hurt to move, let alone run like he was, but nothing was going to stop him from reaching Naruto now. His best friend was alive. He was nearly there when he stumbled again. He fell right into his other 2 teammates and they all fell over together. Ow, damn it, bushy brow. Naruto moaned. He was at the bottom of the group. Sorry, Naruto. Lee grunted. Naruto couldn't help it, he started laughing. Lee looked down at him in surprise. Then he too started laughing. Hinata soon joined in, her tears ran down her face as she did. Looks like it worked out for everyone after all. Zabuza mumbled as he began to fall forward. He was exhausted. Too exhausted to even think about continuing his fight with Guy. That it does. Guy caught Zabuza before he fell and put his arm over his shoulder to support him. I owe you the lives of all my students. Thank you, Zabuza. I don't know what you're talking about. Zabuza looked away from the man who was helping him stand. Lee was a hostage, it would have been stupid to kill him. Besides, I only saved the girl. It was Haku who was too soft. But you were the one who found that boy. If you had found someone else I may have been short a student right now. Besides, I think his softness is rubbing off on you a little. You call Lee by his given name after all. Guy smiled brightly at him. Speaking of your pupil, we should see about getting him medical assistance soon. Zabuza turned to look at Haku. It'll take more than that to kill Haku. He'll be okay. Guy laughed. We both have resilient pupils, huh? Zabuza looked up to see Lee helping his two teammates up. They were all still laughing. Yeah, we sure do. Ch10, Confessions. Tazuna had been to awkward dinners before. But this was ridiculous. After the battle at the bridge, the two groups of ninja were taken back to Tazuna's house to receive medical attention. The Konoha shinobi checked out okay with nothing but scratches and a couple deep cuts. Naruto wasn't injured at all. Zabuza had a few cracked ribs and some major bruising, but it was nothing he couldn't handle. Haku was the one in the worst condition. On top of his arms being broken, in numerous cuts and gouges he had suffered internal damage to his lungs. He had finally woken up 5 minutes before dinner was being served, and at Guy's insistence, the ex-Kiri-nin stayed for it. Which led them into their current predicament. Momochi-san, could you pass the soy sauce, please? Inari was the first to break the silence of the otherwise quiet dinner. Huh? Zabuza looked up in confusion. Then Inari's question registered. Oh, yeah, here you go. Zabuza passed the soy sauce to Inari. Thanks. Inari mumbled as he accepted it. Guy burst into laughter at the exchange, causing everyone but Lee and Naruto, who were immersed in their food, to jump. Not such a bad guy, once you get to know him, huh? Guy reached over and gave Zabuza a hard pat on the shoulder. Even demons know about table manners. Zabuza rubbed the spot Guy patted. Unlike those two students of yours. Hey, we're hungry, dying takes it out of a guy. Naruto said through a mouthful of food. The room grew quiet after Naruto's ill-worded sentence. The only sound in the room was Hinata's chopsticks as they snapped to pieces in her hands. She put her hands on the table and slowly stood up. I'm sorry, I'm not feeling very hungry at the moment. She turned and walked out of the house. Don't worry, Haku never has been good at making friends. Zabuza said offhandedly. Speak for yourself. Haku muttered. What was that? Zabuza looked over threateningly. Nothing. Haku replied a little too quickly. Ah, damn. Naruto started to stand up. Then he paused. Hey, Haku, you haven't touched your food. It looks very delicious. However, someone broke my arms and I find it quite hard to eat without them. Haku attempted to move his arms in their splints to prove his point. They all got it well enough. Right, my bad. You know, thought you killed Naruto and all. I could feed you if you want. Lee picked up his chopsticks and began to try to feed Haku. No, that's okay. Zabuza-san's got me. Haku attempted to say politely. Zabuza snorted. A splendid idea. A teacher feeding his student in his time of need. You really are a good guy, Zabuza. I'm not feeding him. And don't call me by my first name. Zabuza crossed his arms in defiance. Please, Zabuza-san, I'm really hungry. Haku opened his mouth wide. Tazuna smiled brightly. Finally a chance to get in the conversation. Yeah, Zabuza. Be a pal and feed the poor guy. The look Zabuza gave him shut him up for the rest of the night. That was the last thing Naruto saw as he snuck quietly out of the room after Hinata. He stepped outside and looked around. She was nowhere in sight. Of course this wouldn't be easy. Naruto sighed. Naruto. Lee's voice caused Naruto to jump up in surprise. We have to talk. Naruto turned around slowly to look at his teammate. Look, bushy brow, I got something else to fix first. Once I get Hinata to forgive me, we can settle this. Naruto had a good idea what Lee wanted to talk about and he didn't want to discuss it. No, we are going to talk about the Kyuubi, right now. Naruto hated it when he was right. Good thing it wasn't very often he was right. What's to discuss? I was conscious when you said you accepted me. I don't know a lot of the details myself if that's what you want. Naruto raised his hands in front of himself defensively. Lee shook his head. That is not it. You have to tell Hinata. What? No way. She's pissed off right now, there's bound to be a better time. Besides, what's it matter to you? Naruto shrugged Lee's words off. We are teammates, of course it is important. Lee took a breath. Anyways, Hinata and I kind of tried to find out on our own. We did not come up with the answer. We were supposed to find out together. Of course, because of the law, and because I respect your privacy, I cannot tell her myself. Lee smiled sheepishly. You guys what? Naruto's mouth hung open in shock. What is done, is done. We wanted to know but figured you would not tell us. Lee was defensive now. Well, you know why now. Don't you understand why I don't want anyone else to know? Naruto was practically yelling now. You know Hinata would accept you, do you not? Lee's voice was barely above a whisper. Naruto, who had been ready to shout again, paused. You're right, bushy brow. I'm sorry. I'll tell her, I swear. Just not right now. Lee smiled at him. Thank you, Naruto. Now go find Hinata. Lee gave him the thumbs up. Naruto returned the gesture. Will do. I'll be back with her in no time. He turned around and ran off into the forest. Hinata was crouched over the side of the river. She was washing her hands, again. Hinata found herself washing them whenever the thought of Geitu's death crossed her mind. She was scrubbing fiercely now. Soon, her hands were bleeding from the rough way she was treating them. I'm such an idiot. She finally leaned back. She sat at the edge of the water, watching her reflection. Her hands dripped blood onto the ground. Why did I have to make a scene like that? Everyone else is trying to get along. A tear slid from her face and hit the running water. Hinata. Hinata jumped in surprise. She turned her head just in time to see Naruto emerge from the brush. There you are. Naruto smiled down at her. I've been looking everywhere for, what happened to your hands? The smile on Naruto's face was replaced by a concerned frown. Her hands were raw, red, and bleeding. Oh, it's nothing. Hinata stood up and placed her hands behind her back. It's not nothing. Show them to me. Naruto snarled as he walked up. He stood inches from Hinata. She looked away from him nervously. Hinata. The sternness in his voice caused Hinata to meet his eyes. Once she did, she wasn't able to refuse him. She slowly moved her hands from behind her back and held them up for Naruto to see. He grabbed her wrists and pulled them even closer. Hinata blushed from the contact. Who did this to you? Naruto's voice came out feral. No one did it to me. I did it, Naruto-kun. The anger in Naruto's eyes disappeared. Confusion took its place. To yourself. But why, Hinata? Why would you do this to yourself? Naruto was trying to fathom ideas in his head as to why. He wasn't able to come up with any. You heard about what happened after you passed out. Hinata couldn't bring herself to use the D word. Huh, yeah I did. I heard how you kicked a bunch of ass. You even killed the head boss. Naruto brightened momentarily. That's the problem, Hinata shouted. Naruto's mouth fell open in shock. What do you mean? I killed a man, Naruto-kun. I killed him and didn't even think twice about it. Naruto was caught completely off guard by this outburst. Hinata never shouted. In fact, I was happy when he died. To me, I had avenged you. I'm an awful person. I feel like a demon. That's not true. Naruto interrupted Hinata. He gripped a little harder on her wrists. Hinata, you're not a bad person. Do you know what that man has done to this country? You did these people a huge favor. You've freed them. That doesn't mean I had to enjoy killing him. Hinata interrupted him now. Enjoying someone's death is something demons do. You're not a demon. I would know. I talked with a real one today. They both stopped shouting for a minute after Naruto's latest outburst. What do you mean? Hinata broke the silence, with a much quieter voice. Naruto let go of her wrists and looked away now. Naruto-kun. When I went under, I woke up in my subconscious. Naruto still wasn't facing her. While I was down there, I met the Kyuubi no Yoko. What? Hinata's head was spinning. The Kyuubi no Yoko. How could you have talked to it? The Yondaime killed it, unless. That's right. He didn't kill it. He sealed it inside of a newborn infant. Naruto finally met her eyes. Inside of you. Hinata said the words but she wasn't even aware of it. Her mind was in a distant place. All thoughts of Geitu and her guilt were gone. Everything snapped into place. Naruto's massive chakra reserves, the seal, the villagers' hate, the law, the reason the villagers hate you. It's all because of that. Naruto didn't see where this was going. A second ago it had been about cheering her up. Well ye idiots. Hinata lunged into Naruto and hugged him hard. What? Naruto stumbled backwards slightly from her newest hug. The whole village is just a big group of idiots. I can't believe they would treat you that way for something so stupid. Tears welled up in her eyes. If Naruto hadn't been in shock before, he was now. Silence settled around them for a few moments as he let her words sink in. When they did, he burst into laughter. Hinata, tears stopped momentarily from the surprise. She was about to ask why he was laughing, but Naruto finally returned the hug. This motion brought Hinata completely back into reality. She started to blush heavily. They may be idiots, but were sworn to protect them. Naruto released the hug and took a couple steps backwards. He was now an arm's length away. Besides, they're not all bad, some really good people live there too. Naruto smiled brightly at her. It'll be a while before I'll able to forgive any of them. Hinata wiped away the last of her tears. Suddenly another thought hit Hinata. Lee Senpai needs to. He already knows. Naruto interrupted. Hinata's eyes widened. I told him when I thought I was going to die. Speaking of which, can't you forgive Haku? I mean, he purposely avoided my vitals. If it had been anyone else, I might actually be dead. I know you must be mad. I mean, I'd be mad if I thought one of my friends was killed too. Hinata stared quietly at Naruto for a minute. He felt himself growing kind of nervous under her intense gaze. He couldn't even begin to fathom what was running through her head now. It will be very difficult for me to forgive him, Naruto-kun. Yeah, please listen. Naruto stopped. Hinata didn't often interrupt people. You said you would be mad if you thought a friend had died. Naruto nodded, even more confused. Lee Senpai has already forgiven Haku. Maybe it's because he feels bad because he broke his arms. Or maybe it's because he views you as just a friend. But to me, Naruto-kun, I like you as more than just a friend. Hinata took a step toward him. Oh, you mean like best friend? Naruto snapped his fingers. Yeah, I can see how that could make it a little harder. No, Naruto-kun, not like a best friend. Hinata stepped closer to him again. You mean like siblings then? Naruto was confused again. Hinata shook her head as she took yet another step towards him. She was right in front of him again. I don't understand, what? Naruto was cut off as Hinata wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned in, capturing his lips with hers. Naruto's eyes grew to the size of saucers. What the hell was going on? Was Hinata kissing him? But why? Did that mean that she liked him in the way it was implying? Surely it must. Since when though? All these thoughts ran through his head in less than 2 seconds. Which also happened to be the length of the kiss. Hinata pulled back and looked dreamily at his shocked face. I'm sorry. But I had to let you know. The only sign she got that he even heard were his eyes as they focused in on her face. If this mission has taught me anything, it's that I could lose you at a moment's notice. I confessed earlier but you weren't conscious. So I will again. Naruto-kun, I love you. Naruto just kept staring. Hinata paused for a second and then continued. I don't expect you to love me back, but like I said, you had to know. Hinata bowed her head to him and then bolted past in a dead sprint. She disappeared from sight before Naruto even moved. Thing was, Naruto couldn't bring himself to move. It was like his mind had completely shut down on him. He couldn't even summon up the will to internally yell at himself. Something he was sure he needed right at the moment. Finally, he was able to slowly turn his body in the direction Hinata had ran. As he did, he brought his hand to his lips and touched them. Everything registered at once to him. I'm such an idiot. He held his head with both hands and shouted. What the hell am I doing standing here like a statue? Hinata's probably more upset than ever. Wasting no time, Naruto took back off after her. He didn't know what he was going to say but he couldn't leave things the way they were. He could only hope he got to her before she ran into someone else. Naruto didn't get very far before he almost ran straight into his teacher. Naruto stopped short and tripped. Guy, who had been running on his hands through the forest, jumped to his feet and helped his student to his feet. Naruto, it warms my heart to see you keeping up with your exercise, but you must watch where you are going. A sprained ankle will ruin any ninja's day. Guy-sensei, did you see Hinata run by? Naruto frantically looked to see if he could see her at all. He completely ignored what his sensei had said. Hinata, I haven't seen her since she left the house. I thought you would have found her by now. It's been a while. Guy's voice became laced with concern. Well, I did find her. But she ran off again. Naruto didn't meet his sensei's eyes. Did you two get in a fight? Guy peered curiously at his student. He wasn't acting like his usual self. No, not a fight. It was more of a misunderstanding. Naruto shuffled his feet nervously. Guy rubbed his chin thoughtfully. A misunderstanding, huh? She didn't happen to tell you anything private, did she? Naruto froze. He slowly looked up to meet his sensei's gaze. How did you know? Guy smiled brightly. I am your sensei. There is nothing about my cute students that is hidden from me. Now let me guess, you didn't know how to respond and she ran off while you were in a stupor. Naruto's jaw hit the floor. Guy-sensei, you have to tell me what to do. I don't know where Hinata went. I gotta make this right though. That a boy Naruto. Guy wrapped his arm around Naruto's shoulders. She must have went back to the house. Now run back there and pour out your feelings upon her. He pointed towards the direction of the house. Yes, Guy-sensei. As soon as I figure out my feelings for her, Naruto added mentally as he took off towards the house. The house came into view before Naruto even completely left the forest. Sitting on the porch was Zabuza. He was sharpening his massive sword. Naruto ignored his presence completely as he ran up to the door. He grabbed the handle and was prepared to fling the door open. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Naruto paused. He looked back at Zabuza. He was still sharpening his sword, wasn't even looking in Naruto's direction. Yet he was sure he had heard Zabuza speak. Why's that? Naruto's hand slipped away from the handle. That teammate of yours ran back in tears. The bridge builder's daughter got a look at her and went into a blind rage. She kicked all the men out of the house so they could have girl time. That never bodes well. Zabuza spoke nonchalantly and continued to sharpen his blade. If you were indeed the cause of her tears, then going in there would be suicide for you. But it's because she's crying that I have to go in. Zabuza stopped sharpening. He inspected his sword carefully and ran a finger up its length. He then stabbed it into the ground. Tell me, what do you plan to say to her to stop her tears? He finally turned to look at Naruto. I don't know yet, but I gotta make things better. Naruto started to reach for the handle again. Charging in head first won't make things better without a plan. That's a basic lesson in all ninja academies. Zabuza slammed his hand on the deck. This isn't a mission, this is comforting a friend. Naruto turned back to Zabuza. You can apply mission tactics to real life and vice versa. Use your head. Go in there now and you'll only make her cry more. Sort out your feelings first. Zabuza turned away from Naruto in disgust. Feelings? How the hell do you know what this is about? Did Hinata tell you? Naruto pointed an accusing finger at the mist ninja. Don't be so naive. Anyone could see what's going on here. Naruto lowered his finger. Were her feelings that obvious? Naruto's hair cast a shadow over his eyes. I'd say so, she did take on a miniature army for you, after all. Naruto walked over and sat down next to Zabuza. His eyes were still downcast. Zabuza, what would you do? The ex-Kiri ninja sighed. What is it with you people and using my first name? Half a day ago we were enemies. He glared at Naruto but he didn't react. Zabuza sighed again. How the hell should I know what to do? Being known as the demon of the bloody mist didn't exactly attract the ladies. Why don't you ask your other teammate? Naruto finally looked forward. You're right. I'm going to figure this out no matter what. Naruto stood up. Haku and that clone went to the docks to go fishing, you'll find them there. Zabuza gestured in the general direction they were at. Thanks a lot Zabuza. Naruto took off running. Quit using my first name. Or at least add an honorific. Zabuza shouted after Naruto as he ran away. Zabuza waited until Naruto was out of sight to stand up and pick his sword back up. Damn it all. I really am getting too soft. Naruto arrived at the docks and started scanning down the line of them, looking for his teammate. Naruto. Naruto turned to see Inari running up to him. He had a board game in his hand. He stopped just in front of the blonde. Inari. What's up? Naruto rubbed his head affectionately. I'm borrowing this game from my uncle so grandpa and I can play. You heard what happened back at home. Inari held up the game to show Naruto. Yeah, I heard. Naruto shuffled nervously at the subject. So what brings you here Naruto? Inari was oblivious to the older boy's fidgeting. I'm looking for Haku and Lee. Naruto noticed Inari's eyebrows furrow a little. What's the matter? I don't get it, Inari said reluctantly. Don't get what? Naruto felt a little better. He wasn't the only one who didn't understand things today. How can you guys be some chummy with Haku and Zabuza? They tried to kill you. No one is that forgiving. Inari stared hard at Naruto waiting for an answer. Naruto smiled down at Inari. It's not easy to explain, but here it goes. It's because we understand each other. Understand each other. Inari looked even more confused. When Getu betrayed Zabuza, we had to team up to stay alive. When you've fought with another person to stay alive, a special bond is formed between you. You two share that bond with us as well. You just don't realize it. I guess I understand. Inari still looked a little miffed. If you don't like that answer, then how about this one? Naruto offered. It's because we're guys. What's that have to do with it? This answer confused Inari more than before. We always get into fights. Sometimes those fights are with your best friends. After it's all over though, we laugh about it and move on. It's what guys do. Inari stared at Naruto for another minute. That's confusing, he finally said. Not nearly confusing as girls, trust me. Naruto patted Inari on the shoulder and walked past to continue his search. It didn't take him too long to find the two of them. They were both sitting at the edge of one of the many docks. Lee had a fishing line in the water and Haku appeared to be in some kind of meditation. Naruto approached quietly. Just as he got there, the fishing line gave a slight tug. Haku's eyes popped open. Now Lee-san. Right. Lee pulled the line out with all of his strength. This turned out to be a bad idea. The fish came flying out from the water, but the force of the pull quickly sent it flying. Not long after, it landed in the water, far away from the dock. That was pretty awesome. Naruto stared out towards the sea in awe. No, it wasn't. Lee-san, I told you to control yourself. It took us a while to get the fish to come back after you scared them all off with your voice. Haku would have rubbed his temple if his arms weren't broken. I apologize, Haku-kun. Lee began to add a new worm to the line. I will get it this time. If not, I will catch 100 fish with my bare hands. Haku started at him quietly. Don't worry, he's always like this. Naruto plopped down in between them. Naruto, have you come to clash wills with the fish as well? Lee cast the line back into the water. There won't be any fish to catch if you keep shouting. Haku mumbled, closing his eyes again. You meditating or something? Naruto peered at Haku curiously. I can feel the fish as they move through the water. It is easier to sense them with my eyes closed. Haku didn't even open his eyes to answer. That's cool. Anyway, I came to ask for advice. Naruto scratched the back of his head as he turned back to Lee. Advice? What kind of advice do you need? Lee peered curiously at his teammate. Naruto was often too proud to ask for advice on things. Well, how do I put this? Naruto spun his hands around in the air as he tried to find the right words. How about I ask this? What do you like about Ayame-ne-chan? Naruto finally asked. She is an incredibly attractive woman. Lee didn't hesitate at all. She comes off stern, but really that is just because she really cares about people. She is outspoken and lets me know exactly what is on her mind. I find these characteristics most youthful. I am most grateful to you for introducing us. Lee smiled brightly to himself. His thoughts of Ayame quickly pulling him from reality. Naruto scratched his chin. That didn't help at all, actually. Perhaps if Lee-san knew why you were asking, he could help give better insight. Haku threw out, eyes still closed. Naruto sighed. I guess you're right. Okay Lee, what I'm about to tell you is very secret. Hardly anyone knows about this, all right. Lee pulled himself out of his thoughts and nodded vigorously. Okay, here it is. Hinata is in love with me. A moment of silence followed. So she finally told you. What the hell, you knew? Naruto pointed an accusing finger at his teammate. It was obvious to everyone. Naruto whipped his finger towards Haku. Why the hell was I the only one left out of the loop here? Didn't anyone feel the need to tell me? Naruto held his head. How could she go around even telling you and Zabuza? She didn't tell me anything. I very much doubt she confided that information in Zabuza-san as well. Naruto looked at Haku in surprise. Then he turned to Lee questioningly. Sorry, she did not tell me either. Lee smiled sadly at his teammate. Naruto's face lowered. She never really was sick, huh? Naruto sounded defeated. No, she was blushing because you were there with her. Lee confirmed. So, she did confess to you. Yeah. How did you respond? Lee leaned in curiously. I didn't. Huh. Lee drew back like he'd been slapped. What do you mean you did not? What happened? I didn't do anything, okay. She caught me completely off guard. First she kissed me and then she told me how she felt. I was so confused that I didn't know what to do. I'm still confused. She ran off crying and now I'm stuck. What the hell do I say to her? Naruto panted after his outburst. Lee looked at him closely. He could see the pleading in Naruto's eyes. He was truly lost. Could it be that you want to turn her down but do not know how? No, that's not it. Naruto shook his head. Then just tell her you want to go out. Lee replied simply. That's no good either. Naruto kept shaking his head. Lee's bushy brows furrowed. I do not understand. What is it you want to do then? That's what I'm asking you. How am I supposed to respond? Lee felt the line tug. Lee-san, pull now. Haku shouted. Lee reacted quickly and pulled not quite so hard this time. The fish came flying out of the water and landed gently on the dock. It flapped around for a few moments and then lay completely still. They all stared quietly at it. You are asking the wrong question, Naruto-san. Before you can decide what to do, you must decide how you feel. How I feel? Naruto turned to look at Haku. Yes, now tell us, how do you feel about Hinata-san? Put your feelings into words. Haku's eyes were wide open as he talked to Naruto now. I don't know how I feel. I mean, it's Hinata. Naruto looked away from Haku's gaze. That's not good enough. Just, Hinata, tells everyone nothing. Let's try it this way. Do you hate her? Naruto's head snapped around at the question. Of course not. Naruto met Haku's eyes. Then do you dislike her? Haku pressed on. No, I like Hinata. She's the nicest person I've ever met. Naruto held his gaze. But you don't love her. Haku clarified. I don't know that. He finally looked away again. Don't look away. Haku barked. Meet my gaze. Naruto slowly brought his eyes back to meet his. You say you don't know. But I think the truth is, you're afraid to know. Why is that? Naruto's eyes grew wide. He let the question go unanswered for a minute. Finally, his eyes looked resigned. You're wrong. I'm not afraid. The thing is, I'm not sure if I know how to love. Haku raised an eyebrow at him. Don't know how. Yeah, that's right. You heard me tell Bushy Brow about my past. I grew up all alone. I had no family, no one who cared for me. I had to learn how to survive by watching everyone else. When I joined the academy, I saw how all the girls threw themselves at Sasuke and always professed their love to him. I thought that was all there was to it. I threw myself at this girl I was sure I was in love with. But now, Hinata, who acted completely different, confessed to me, I don't know what to think anymore. Haku searched Naruto's eyes quietly. He finally seemed satisfied. Tell me, do you think Hinata is attractive? Haku finally asked. Attractive. Naruto's eyes widened again. You know, pretty, beautiful, hot. However you want to word it. Haku's voice stayed monotone. Naruto blushed. Well, I don't know. It's a simple yes or no. Is she attractive to you or isn't she? Haku said sternly. She's cute, okay. Naruto blushed harder. Haku looked satisfied. You said earlier that she is the nicest person you've ever met. What is it about her that made you said that? She always puts others before herself. She compliments me when I do things right. She doesn't get mad or hit me when I do things wrong. When she smiles, it's always sincerely and I've never heard her tell a lie since I've met her. Naruto couldn't explain it, but he felt incredibly comfortable around Haku all of a sudden. He felt like he could tell him anything. Compared to the other girls in the village, do you like Hinata more? Haku continued his questioning without pause. Definitely. All the other girls are, Sasuke-kun this. Sasuke-kun that. Not Hinata though. Naruto wanted to spit. Just thinking about the others put a bad taste in his mouth now. Suddenly it hit Naruto like a ton of bricks. He even felt that way about Sakura now. What the heck was happening to him? Naruto's internal confusion grew a little. How would you feel if Hinata started going out with another guy? How about this Sasuke-san you brought up? Lee watched with growing interest as Haku asked his questions. He was really getting to the point. Naruto felt his mind freeze. Hinata go out with Sasuke? Not possible. Naruto told himself more than the others. Pretend it was. Pretend it actually happened. How would you feel? Naruto tried picturing it. He was surprised when he felt his chest physically hurting. That's not all he felt though. I feel pissed. I wouldn't stand for something like that. Naruto growled out. Haku smiled slightly at his answer. Far as I can tell, the only thing keeping you from loving Hinata is your own misconception about love. Haku said bluntly. Come again. Haku's smile dropped. You are concerned that you don't know how to love. That is all that is holding you back from opening yourself to your teammate. Haku said slowly. So you're saying that I might already love her, I just don't know it yet. Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Close enough. Haku broke his eye contact and stood up. Naruto sat still for a minute, blinking rapidly the whole time. He finally stood up. Thanks a lot Haku. I think I know what to say now. I'll talk to you guys later. Naruto waved and then dashed off the way he had come. Lee, who had sat quietly the whole time, stood up and walked up next to Haku. What did you do to him? He asked. Oh, nothing much. I just got him to be honest with himself. Haku had a sly smile on his face. Now, let's get more fish. One definitely isn't enough. Yosh, would you like a turn Haku-kun? Lee held out the pole towards the feminine boy. Haku looked down at his own arms. Lee followed his gaze. Right. Sorry, I'll go for you then. Lee stiffly walked back to his spot. Naruto raced back to the house. When he got there, Zabuza was no longer on the porch. Instead, Tazuna and Inari sat there playing the board game Inari had been carrying earlier. Naruto ignored them like he did with Zabuza. He marched up to the door and put his hand on the knob. Wouldn't do that, Tazuna said. Tsunamis. Upset, I know, but I know what I'm going to say this time. Without any further ado, Naruto opened the door and walked in, leaving a bewildered Inari and Tazuna. Naruto stepped into the kitchen but didn't see anyone. So he walked into the next room. There, he saw Tsunami and Hinata sitting on the couch. Hinata wasn't crying at this point and her hands were now bandaged. They had a pot of tea sitting in front of them and Tsunami seemed happy enough. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad after all. Naruto's train of thought was broke off as Tsunami turned and looked at him. Her smiling face was instantly replaced by a dark scowl. Just in time, Tsunami snarled. I've got a bone to pick with you. She sat up and started to cross the room. Naruto gulped but stood firm. Please, let me talk to Hinata first. Naruto said boldly. Alone. After I'm done you can say whatever you want. Tsunami stopped right in front of him. She glared down at him. Why should I? She put her hands on her hips. You shouldn't. Please. Naruto interrupted. He knew he was taking a risk here, but he wasn't going to be deterred. Tsunami glared at him for another second before she turned to look at Hinata. What do you say? Hinata looked down and blushed heavily. Pushing her index fingers together, she finally spoke. I'll talk to him. Tsunami looked back at Naruto reluctantly. You have 5 minutes. She stormed towards the door. She opened it only to have Inari and Tazuna stumble in. How many times have I told you guys not to lean on the door to listen to people? You two haven't changed at all. Naruto flinched as he heard the door slam. He was still looking at Hinata who sat on the couch. Naruto took a few deep breaths to steady his heart rate. Hinata. She looked up and locked eyes with him. Naruto swallowed and walked over to where she was. He sat down on the opposite side of the couch. I'm sorry. Naruto finally said. No. I'm the one who is sorry, Naruto-kun. Hinata said quickly. She took a breath to say more but Naruto shook his head at her. You're not at fault here, Hinata. Please listen to me, this is my answer to your confession. Hinata's mouth snapped shut. Her blush remained on her face. Thank you, for confessing to me, but you know, I haven't even really known you all that long. We do train together every day but we don't really hang out. I always thought of you as a really good friend, but never as a girlfriend. Hinata looked down sadly. Saying it like that is kind of rude, huh? Naruto joked slightly. But, if it's okay with you, do you want to try going out? Hinata looked up in surprise. Well, I mean, we're going to get to know each other better anyways, aren't we? If that's the case, saying we are going out, instead of just being friends during the time would be kind of nice. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. So then, Hinata couldn't believe what she was hearing. This was like a conversation she thought doomed to stay in her dreams. So then starting from now on, you're my girlfriend, alright? Naruto did his best to make himself look as confident as his words sounded. Tears started to slide down Hinata's face. They started coming too fast for her to stop. She began wiping them away. Hey, Naruto stuttered. This wasn't the reaction he had been expecting. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. Hinata wiped away more tears. The tears just won't stop coming. I'm happy. She paused to wipe away more tears. I'm so happy. Naruto smiled awkwardly at her. So how did it go? Lee asked from where he lay on the ground. He, Naruto, Zabuza, Haku, and Guy were all sleeping in the living room. Hinata had gotten to sleep in Tsunami's room with her, and Tazuna and Inari each took their own rooms as normal. Well, it went pretty good, actually. Naruto mumbled, a deep blush on his face. He was glad it was so dark. No one was able to see his face this way. What does good mean? Haku called from the couch. They had all agreed that he could have it since his arms were broken. Are you two going out, or did you shoot her down and she took it well? Since when did you care about others and their relationships, Haku? Zabuza actually spoke up. I don't want to hear that from you right now, Zabuza-san. From what I hear, you also gave him advice. Zabuza had nothing to say to that. We're going out now. Naruto took the chance to answer Haku's question. Although honestly, it doesn't feel like anything has changed. Is it supposed to be like that? Feelings don't just change overnight. It'll take time for you to actually feel it. Zabuza muttered quietly, but everyone heard him. I told you, you're getting soft. Guy chuckled from his corner of the room. Don't make me get my sword. Zabuza knew his threat was empty, but he said it anyways. Speaking of the manner of your new relationship, Naruto. We have to talk now. Guy ignored the threat and addressed his student. Huh, what do you mean, Guy-sensei? Naruto didn't like the tone of his sensei's voice. It's nothing big, just information that I am obligated to pass to you as your sensei. Guy waved off Naruto's worries. It is not uncommon for ninja in the same team to fall in love and enter into a relationship, but you should understand that there are guidelines the two of you have to follow now. Guidelines. No one had mentioned this to him. Yes, again, it's nothing big, just standard. Guy again attempted to ease his students' worries. The first one is simple. Never let your personal feelings get in the way of the mission. Just because you're in love doesn't mean you can throw away the mission to be with her. Sounds easy enough. Naruto sighed in relief. These wouldn't be so bad. Next. No sex during a mission. This is vague. What the hell are you saying? We're not even close to that yet. Naruto's mouth was clamped shut by Lee. Shish, you'll wake everyone up. That was the last thing Naruto ever wanted to hear from Lee, who was constantly shouting himself. I'm being serious here, Naruto. Don't disregard these rules just because they seem impractical now. Guy warned his student. Whatever, tell me more tomorrow, I'm going to sleep. Naruto rolled over and placed his pillow over the top of his head. Zabuza chuckled. How childish. I never noticed how big of a hypocrite you were until today, Zabuza-san. What was that? Zabuza shot up, but Haku appeared to be snoring in his sleep. We'll see how funny you think that is when I have Lee feeding you tomorrow. Zabuza plopped back down. No one said anything else the rest of the night, but Haku did have nightmares about Zabuza's threat. The next day, all the shinobi except Haku were busily running around the bridge as they helped to construct it. How the hell did this happen? Zabuza grumbled out curses as he continued to work. You were so racked with guilt that you decided to lend us a hand. Guy answered enthusiastically. He was doing twice the workload of everyone else. No, I mean, how come it is only a shinobi helping construct this bridge? What about the others in this village? What Zabuza said was true. Other than Tazuna, they were the only ones here on the bridge working on it. This village is a bunch of stuck-up jerks. That's what happened. Once I finish building this bridge for them, I'm moving out of this country. I'm sick of it. Tazuna continued to hammer away at the support beams. Why not move into Konoha? There were Narutos running around everywhere. This was the first time Guy had ever given him permission to make more than 3 clones. Konoha, huh? Tazuna stopped working and gazed at the sky as he thought. That doesn't sound half bad actually. You think they would be in need of a construction worker like myself? Tazuna smiled brightly at the thought. I'm sure that once we told them about how brave you were, you would have job offers flying in from every company in the village. Guy boomed from the other side of the bridge. They might even try to make you a shinobi. Lee joked as he brought over a large sum of wooden planks. A shinobi, huh? Hey, I bet you if they did, it'd only take a couple months before they made me Hokage. Tazuna let out a big laugh as all the Narutos around him shook their heads. Speaking of bringing people back, what are we going to do about Zabuza and Haku-kun? Lee jogged up to his sensei as he asked his question. That's a good question. I would like to bring them back if we could, but we have to consider our relationship with Kurigakure after all. Come the next Chunin exams, there will be no hiding either of them. Wars have been started on less, after all. Guy set down his workload and scratched his chin thoughtfully. Certainly we could make a deal with them. Or at least hide the fact that we took them. Why don't we say they are our prisoners? Guy shook his head to all Lee's suggestions. None of those will do. We need something better than that. Guy rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he stared at the topics of their conversation. How about they were working for Konoha the whole time? Guy perked up at Lee's newest suggestion. Explain that. Guy was curious as to where he was going with this. Konoha could have hired Zabuza to sneak into Geitu's employ and act as a double agent. When we got the information we needed, we staged a battle to draw Geitu out of hiding. When that was successful, we took Geitu's life. It was all one big test to see if Zabuza could be trusted. Since he wasn't really an enemy, it would also explain why the Hokage sent fresh genin on such a mission. There was no actual ninja opponent, so it still counts as AC rank for us. Surely Kurigakure couldn't complain if we decided to make him our own that way. Guy ran what Lee just said through his head several times. With some adjusting, that might work. Guy smiled brightly. Good job, Lee. Thank you, Guy-sensei. Guy nodded at him and turned to everyone on the bridge. He cleared his throat to get their attention. It's been decided, Guy announced. Zabuza and Haku shall come back to the Konoha with us. Everyone but Guy himself jumped as a loud clang hit the bridge. Zabuza, who had been holding onto a huge pile of wood, dropped them down in surprise. Suddenly his face contorted in anger. What the hell do you think you're talking about? Why should I go back to the village with you? I will not be anyone's prisoner. I'll fight to the death first. Zabuza began to reach for his sword. Not as a prisoner. As one of us. Zabuza looked surprised. Haku also couldn't hide the emotion from his face. Guy began to explain Lee's plan to them. You mean, we could really be the shinobi of a village? Haku whispered in awe. That's right. The Hokage is a kind man. He'd agree to the plan in no time. It'd be easy to make it look true. A smile broke onto Haku's face. This was like a dream come true. He turned to Zabuza in excitement only to have his hopes dashed. Zabuza did not look pleased with the idea. What makes you think I want to join your village? I have a dream to become the Mizukage. I can't do that if I'm part of Konoha. Haku was right. Zabuza was not pleased. Not one bit. There are ways around that. We may not be in an alliance with Kiri right now, but it won't be that way forever. Someday, there is bound to be a way to get you back there. For now, this gets you off the missing nin list. You don't have to live in hiding. Guy implored Zabuza to see his reason. I am doing this for you. You don't have to do anything for me. I've always been fine on my own. I don't need someone else now. I especially don't need an entire village. Zabuza spat. What the hell is Haku to you then? Naruto shouted this time. Zabuza had gone too far. Isn't he your friend? Haven't you relied on him for years? How can you say you don't need anybody? Haku is a tool, nothing more. What would you know? Zabuza glared at him. You don't believe that and you know it. You have a kind side but you're just afraid of showing it. But I saw it yesterday. You helped me out when I was at my worst. It's thanks to you that I didn't make things worse. Naruto panted from his outburst. Zabuza was about to respond but Guy cut him off. In the end of it all, you really were concerned about Haku. It had been you who bandaged his arm. It was you and finally fed him his food yesterday. He means something to you. Can't you see he wants to have a home? Can't you at least give him that? Zabuza didn't respond. He turned to look at Haku. For a minute Haku looked back at him but then looked away. I am to be used as you see fit, Zabuza-san. I exist solely for fulfilling your dream. Nothing else. Zabuza closed his eyes. Those were the words Haku had said to him when they fled from Kiri. When they had lost their home. Well said, child. Okay, we'll go to Konoha. Haku spun around to look at him in surprise. You need time to heal somewhere. Besides, they have numerous training grounds. You can become truly strong there and together we'll make my dream a reality. Haku couldn't hide his huge smile. After only a week of work the shinobi had managed to complete the bridge. Having accomplished this task they now stood with their backpacks and gear, ready to depart the village. Zabuza and Haku didn't have much so the shirtless man was able to carry both of their stuff since Haku's arms were still broken. The group just had to wait for a couple more people before they departed. Hey! They all turned at the sound of Tezuna's voice. The old man, Tsunami, and Inari were all walking up to the group, bags on each of their backs as well. Sorry we took so long, thanks for waiting. Tezuna bowed to all the shinobi. Guy waved his apology off. It is no problem, it takes time to prepare. Are you sure about this though? I know we offered but I never thought you would actually leave the country that has been your home for your whole life. Yeah, I finished this bridge for them. These ungrateful bastards are lucky I even did that. Far as I'm concerned it's good riddance. Tezuna patted Inari on the head before he continued speaking. Besides, this place is full of nothing but sad memories for Inari. It'll do us all some good to make a fresh start. I'm glad to see you are resolute about your decision. I promise you will all enjoy yourselves in Konoha. Guy smiled happily at the family in front of him. Well then, let's get going. Naruto turned and pointed down the bridge. I can't wait to get home and show you around the village. It wasn't too long ago and you couldn't wait to leave the village. Lee laughed at his friend as the group started moving down the long bridge. Hey, the mission is pretty much over. We got to get back so we can get another one. Naruto crossed his arms and attempted to look miffed. I think it'll be a while before I'm ready to go on another C-rank mission. My heart isn't as full of youth as it used to be, it almost stopped so many times. Guy actually looked visibly sick from the thought of everything that had occurred over the past few weeks. If I was that type of guy, I would apologize to you for all the misfortune. Zabuza chuckled darkly. You never know, hanging around with this group might change you faster than you think. Tezuna couldn't describe the feeling he had right now. If he had to guess, he'd say he felt younger than he had in a long time. Like some hard burden had just been lifted from his shoulders. Regardless of what it was incredible, and he owed it all to the shinobi he walked beside now. Say, Tezuna-san. The old bridge builder was pulled from his reflection by Haku's soft voice. I was wondering, since we finished this bridge, shouldn't we give it a name? You didn't notice, we already named it. It was Inari who spoke up for Tezuna instead. We'll see the sign for it when we reach the other end. Oh, I didn't notice. What is it called? Haku sounded surprised that they were already ahead of him. Well, I tell you, at first I had a hard time thinking up a suitable name. Tezuna had been waiting for an opportunity to give this speech. But then I got thinking about how we came to be able to complete it. It was thanks to the fact that two group of enemy ninja teamed up. It was by bonding and working together that in the end we were all able to accomplish my dream. Tezuna looked down at Naruto and Hinata who were holding hands as they walked down the bridge. The bridge that connected not just two countries, but two groups of people. Tezuna wiped the tears from his eyes. The great bridge of unity.